Chad, are we ready?
We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start with a roll call, please.
Whitus. Fenton.
Here.
Buckley.
Here.
Pinkley.
Here.
Yancey.
Here.
Romine.
Here.
Denham.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Dobbins.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will start off with a staff report from Jamie.
Okay, it's going to be a long report, so just hang on. Before we get into the actual budget and just dive into this information, one of the things I wanted to set up for you is some of the assumptions as to why we created this in the fashion that we did, the budget process, the budget calendar, and how we come about. And I'm going to briefly go back over the priority-based budgeting as well and the purpose of that. And then my plan is to dive into general fund first, because I'm sure you've all read reports and you've all seen that and you're anxious to get into it. So we'll keep going after that, okay? So for the budget process, I want you all to know that this starts back in May. And so we create calendars, timelines, we send out the budget process, the capital process, and how it all works. It goes out to all directors. It gives them a timeline of how and when we need things back so that we can actually have this meeting today. So it's a combination of all departments working together and meeting those deadlines and timelines and making things happen. It starts back in May. We have some deadlines in June. We have some in July. We have budget meetings with Stan and John and the directors and myself, individually by department, to go through line item by line item, their expenses, why they did what they did, and just to talk about their line items. So I want you to know that the finance department doesn't set the budgets for individual departments. That's their responsibility because they know those operations better than we do. And so they know what works and what doesn't. So it's a combination of the entire staff of the city putting this together. And that's why we're able to do what we do today. The other thing I wanted to recap for you is priority-based budgeting. And it's really important. Priority-based budgeting is a decision-making tool. And all of you have sat several meetings, and some you may or may not like those meetings that you go down for capital requests. Y'all are the peer review groups. So the capital requests, you go down this year, in fact, and you scored against the goals of our community. Those goals came from the Community Plan 2030. So then we, out of that, years ago, extrapolated the 10 big rocks that community plan is designed to do. And so we narrowed it down to 10 big goals. We defined those, as you recall, and then you take each capital request and you score them against each goal and definition to make sure that the majority of our money is going to where the community has given us the direction to go. The thing with the priority-based budgeting is it doesn't work if we don't make the end result and use it for the decision-making tool. So we can go through the process, and now what we have is every program that the city has done, we have it by department, we have it defined, and we have a cost put towards every program. Not only do we have all of those things, but we also have a score, a rating, a PBB score. What I mean by PBB score is the score is from 1 to 4. 1 meaning it meets our goals to the highest potential it can, and we should put money and as much money towards that because that's what our community is telling us is important. 4 meaning oh my goodness, this doesn't score anything towards our goals. Why are we doing this? And is this something we can consider not doing so that we can reallocate those funds to something that's more important? And again, so it's a hierarchy, right? It comes from the community plan, which citizens were involved with making. Then board back then extrapolated those, made goals for us. Then they were defined by the directors and the board. And now we continue on until that community plan is updated again. We continue on with the goals that we're given, and we score every program against those goals. So not only do we have the inventory, the program inventory, we have the definition of the program inventory. We also have a cost for the program inventory and what department is responsible for that program. But we also have a score, and it shows us how it achieves the goals of the community or if it doesn't. Now, there's a caveat there. That caveat, as you all know, and I'm preaching to the choir because I've spoken to you all about this a long time, but I'm just recapping this for you very quickly. If it's a mandate, then it could score very low. Like it could score a 4 because it's not really important to the community, but it could be a federal, a state mandate, could be a mandate by code or a best practice. If it's a mandate by code, certainly that's something we can look at changing in the future if the board wants to. Or if it's a best practice, then we look at, it's a best practice in my field, Government Finance Association, it's a best practice, but is it worth dumping money to when it's not important to our community? So those are all the questions. Why do we do what we do? Who are we doing it for? All of these things are questions that we have to ask ourselves in terms of getting to the final budget and the final result. I always say this, it's a good process. It's a great process to have. It is something that would really benefit this city if we used it to its full potential, and I don't think we're there yet. I don't think that we actually use it to make decisions for the end result. That's my opinion, but I would say the farther we get down through the budget, you'll understand why I'm saying that, okay? So if we want to go ahead and get started, Tracy, will you go ahead and pull up that economic outlook report? Some of the factors that we look at in creating the revenue assumptions, okay? Obviously, it's no secret to anyone that our economy is not a stable economy, and that's across the world, across our country. That's not a secret. But some of the things that we have to look at, being a tourism city, are how is it going to affect us in the future? Right now, our taxes are up. They're looking good on a month-to-month basis, on a year-to-date basis. We got in our September reports, which is July activity, and they're still up and they're still looking good. So then we have to consider other factors as well. One being, if we're going to talk about the general fund, the taxes are 55% of the revenue for the general fund. So we have other revenues that we also have to consider. And we also have to consider not just the present, but 1, 2, 3, 5 years out. I think if you get any longer than 10 years out, it's probably not going to be realistic. Now, to be quite honest with you, we have a model that goes way out to like 2042. But all of those are growth factors and assumptions that we change given the market and when it changes, okay? So I think when we show you the 5 years out, we're showing you that with the realistic assumptions that, okay, this could be the trend and where we're looking at. So those are all the things that we can consider. The pandemic, the oil prices, the CPI, the growth factors. I will tell you CPI index is up 5.6%, whereas we're used to an average about 2.5%. So think about that. Think about as our taxes grow, but our CPI index is way up there, is the economy of the city of Branson truly growing? We're getting more taxes in because the indexes are higher. We're not growing as much as you would see on those reports because you've got to consider the costs, the costs are increasing, so people are paying more, so of course we're going to get more taxes, those kind of things. Does that make sense so far? So all of these things are stuff that we have to consider, and the unemployment, legislative agendas, increased inflation, all of those that we've put into that economic factors report for you so that you could see it. Now I'm going to start on the general fund because I've already gone through the PBB process, and I went through that very quickly because I know that's where y'all are wanting to go. So we're going to, Tracy, will you please pull up the general fund summary? We sent all of these summaries out for you all to see. They might be a little bit hard to see depending on how you look at them. You can certainly zoom in on those. This year, we put the whole 5 years out there so you could see what we've done and why. So the assumptions that we're faced with, you can see that 2020 actual column that you're looking at right there. You might need to zoom in a little bit. Tracy, I got my glasses on. It's still a little bit hard for me to see. Okay, so 2020 actuals, those are audited numbers. Those tie back out to our audit. Those are audited figures, so that's the start, and that's where we always start. Those are finished, done numbers. So if you look at 2020 actuals, then you look at the ending fund balance, then you look at your 2021 projection, that should your beginning balance, okay? And so on and so forth. So the taxes and franchise fees, we'll start with the projections. And we're going to give another report in the study session next week to talk about projections and where we actually landed versus where we assumed we were going to land because of the COVID. So we'll talk about that in more detail. But I want to show you where we fell with 2021. You have a question?
Yes, Jamie, just real quick for my edification, so I'm clear on 2020 actuals, the total revenue versus the total available funds, the difference there, is that the carryover?
Well, the difference falls down into the fund balance reserve.
Okay.
So your revenues
Okay.
minus expenditures, if we're lucky enough to have a difference, then it'll increase your fund balance reserve. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So for the 2021 projections, you can see the taxes and franchise fees there. What we did to analyze those is taxes, we have franchise fees, we have property taxes. We also have your cable, your gas, your electric franchise fees. Electric is a 2% franchise fee, your cable is a 3%, and your natural gas is at 5%. So those are all considered as well. Then we have some telecommunications revenues that you just heard Chad bring a contract back in our last meeting to talk about, and then the 3% growth factor on that contract as well. So all of those things are the ones that we have to consider in our projections because
Jamie, I noticed on our franchise fees that, and our taxes, it shows us going up. Have we already figured in the fact that the state now is limiting our franchise fees and they're going to start coming back down? Because ours is at 2.5, right?
Which one?
I'm sorry.
It's the
franchise
cable,
fees.
right? We're at
Cable
3%.
franchise, 3%, yeah. And that's right, and we're going to have to go down to 2.5.
In 4 years, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, but that's really good to know because I need to check 26 because that's a 0.5% difference. So thank you. The 2021 projections, so the taxes and franchise fees, for the major part of that is our sales tax and how we come to determine what our projections are. So when you saw that report, the reporter did in the paper, which I thought he did a good job writing that, and it was still preliminary, and he put that in the report, saying it was preliminary, we were still working on the budget. And at that time, we did have a $1.2 million deficit. But we were still in the process, okay? So that makes good sense. So what I want to show you right now is your taxes at this point, since we got in our September numbers, okay? We got those in, which are July's activities, this past week. So what we did was we were able to true those up because we do actual, how the taxes have come in for actual, and then we estimate the rest of the year. And we estimate those by, depending on what it is, by flat to last year if we're just completely uncertain way the year is going to end. So January through August is actual numbers for our projections that have come in most cases. And then we will take September, October, November, and December, keep it flat to 2020 for a conservative projection. unless we're unsure if that's even going to be good enough, and then we'll do an average of the last 3 years for those last 3 months to make sure that we are still sitting in a conservative platform. So that's how we come to the sales tax numbers. And so we went back through when we got our numbers, and we trued them up for the projections. So what I'm going to tell you right now is I think the projections and where they're sitting at for the taxes are a really strong projection. Because what we were able to do, true it up and then add another $1.5 million, and that's still a conservative view. We may get more than that, which is great. And that's for your projections. And then the license and permits fees, those are the fees that we charge for like business licenses, the permits, the planning departments, and you're gonna see a big presentation next Thursday on those. And those are sitting estimates and obviously the building permits and those kind of things. And we do averages and estimates. So we are pretty confident that the revenues that we're giving you right now are conservative but fair estimate. Okay? Now, some of the ones that you're going to see, let's see, charges for services, a majority of those, you'll see those are administrative fees that have already been determined in the previous budget year. So I'm going to bring you today, and I'll show you the administrative fees, and you'll see that for the 2022 budget. Those are based upon special revenue funds. So maybe this is a good point to say to you all, most of you all already know this, but governmental finance, we have different funds for special revenue. So you have your tourism tax is a separate fund. It has restrictions. You can only use it for this, this, and this. And so all of the money that is collected through tourism tax comes into that fund. And same thing with the general fund is the only unrestricted fund that we have. So we have the general fund, we have the transportation fund, which is a special revenue fund. We have the tourism fund, which is a special revenue fund. We have the public safety fund, which is a special revenue fund. The parks and rec, that is special revenue because they have their own fees. They are subsidized by the general fund, and so is the public safety. We also, the convention center, some may not know this, is also a governmental fund because we own the land and all of that. So we have to record that as one of our special funds. So all of those funds come into play. Right now, we're focusing on the general fund, so that's why I wanted to just kind of go over that with you because it's to avoid some of that confusion. So what we're looking at, the administrative fees, basically those special revenue funds, we have to make sure and capture the expenses that go in there as well as the revenues to show, yes, they are performing, yes, they are able to fund themselves, yes, here's how it works, those kind of things. Couple of them, as I just said, are subsidized, but those administrative fees are charged because several of the departments that work in the general fund, finance, legal, contract management, IT, HR, all of those departments play a part in all of those other funds. Contract management, they manage the contracts for the entire city, which means water, sewer, as well as public safety, as well as things for tourism, all of those things. Finance, they do the financial management across the board. HR, human resources for the entire, and I think you get the gist on that. But that's why we're able to charge that. So we had to come up, we did this years ago, but we do it based on full-time equivalent. So if the water sewer has 20% of our FTEs, then it's a 20%, then we list all of the people that work directly on those funds, and 20% of their salary is allocated to that, and that's where the administrative fee comes back into the general fund. Does that make sense for everybody? So water sewer is 20%, transportation is 8%. Parks, because they're so heavily subsidized, they are 8% as well. So you get the gist on that. So that's where that comes from. But the administrative fees are those charges for services. The leases and rents, a majority of that is the West 76 lease income property that we have. That's a really good portion of that. The interest income, we always try to be conservative on that because obviously the market, we just don't know where it's going right now. So we will try to remain conservative. Typically, we're conservative and we get quite a bit more, but we'll just have to wait and see on that one. So that's where the revenues come from. And so for projections, like I said, we take actual whenever we're working on it, which is July and August, we take that actual, and then we do that calculation for the rest of the year, maybe to last year. Last year was an anomaly, obviously, because of the pandemic, so we had to take a little bit of deeper dive and see if we needed to calculate an average to make sure that made sense.
So Jamie, I have a question if
Sure.
I can. When I'm looking at under the revenues and I see court receipts, I see that we budgeted for 2021, 185,000. Projected right now is 136, and then it goes down to 125 throughout. Is there a reason for that decrease in revenues for that?
There is. Stan, would you like to talk on that?
Basically, the state of Missouri passed some legislation that we refer to as Senate Bill 5. Senate Bill 5 came about after the Ferguson incident. There were some issues with how courts were being managed and operated in the St. Louis region that the state wanted to take greater control over and have greater oversight on. Because of that, they have they've reduced, the legislature along with the Missouri Supreme Court have reduced the amount of fines that you can assess through municipal court, as well as the ability for, this is sad to say, but the ability to hold criminals in jail, which has allowed us not to be able to capture certain fines either because they just simply go on the books, and then the fines never get paid because we can't keep the individuals until they pay their fine, so to speak. So that's why the reductions are occurring. I don't think, unless something changes with the legislature or the Supreme Court, that you will ever see them return to where they used to be.
Thank you.
Any other questions while I'm stopped? Anybody? Yes, sir.
Jamie, I have a few.
Yes?
And I'm going to start with my own house first. I'm looking at the mayor and board.
Okay.
It might be because of Alderman Fenton, but we went from 73,000 in 2020. We're projecting 106,000 this year, and I'm talking about the mayor and board. But then there's a 50% increase going from 21 to 22.
Sure. And when I get to the expenditures, I'll go through that in more detail, but for you, I can tell you, it's conferences and travel. And I know that because we've gone through and studied that, but we took it out for 2020 and 2021, and so we put that back in so that you all would have the ability to go to the major National League of Cities conference and those kind of things. And I believe that's the tune of around 45,000 jump was the biggest thing for your fund.
Okay,
Does that help answer your question?
yeah.
But, and I'll go through these if, in more detail, sure.
The National League of Conference is going to be virtual this year, so.
For 21.
Yeah.
For 22, we just allocated that. That's totally up to y'all and how you want to handle that, but we
Okay.
left it in there. So if you want to go, you would have the money in there to go. If you don't, that's up to y'all.
Thanks. And the city administration, from 21 to 22, went up 47,000.
A majority of that will also be conferences, travel, subscriptions, and training. As a result of the pandemic for 2020 and 2021, we removed a lot of that for almost every department. So for 22, we started putting some of that back in there because we all need our training and education and those kind of budgets. So that's what that one is too. But yes, we can go through that as well.
And under finance, 2020 was $1 million. 2021 was 653, and then next year back up to $1 million.
Yes. So, let me think about that. We pulled out, let's just pull up the detail. Can you pull up that general fund detail? I want to make sure I get this right. Okay, so a lot of the administrative fees that you'll see coming in, so like we have a CID administrative fee. Go to finance, please. I want to see. Thank you. Okay, so in 2021, you see that administrative fee, there was, we didn't do it for 22 and 23, but I mean, I think we need to do that. You'll see them coming in on the general fund. See that 478,000 contra right there? That is because of payroll. So the finance department manages the tourism tax, and as a result that we manage the tourism tax, we get an administrative fee of 2% of the tourism tax. The finance department also manages all of the TIF administration, and as a result, we get a percentage of that as well that comes into the city. We also manage the CID, the Highway 76 CID. We also get an administrative charge for that. And there's another one. Give me biosolids. The Biosolids Coalition, we manage the finances for that, and they pay for that as well. So for 2021, we contemplated, and we did that for this year, and we will right-size that for the years out, depending on how you all want us to handle that. But those fees, those revenues coming into the city would not exist if the finance department didn't do those things. So essentially, our payroll is getting paid for a majority of those administrative fees and why we do what we do. So we put some of them into the projections for a talking point because we wanted you to see exactly, because we've heard a lot of, that it seems high for the finance department. We have 14 employees in there, accountants, and so they all manage a lot of things, and they get paid back for what they do. So the 200 and, Stacy, we go to revenues, please. Yeah, I keep using this as a touch screen, sorry. Okay, so you need to, scroll down to the administrative fees, please. So you'll see some of these in here, and you'll see, like, the ones that are charges from the departments, we don't do anything with, even though a portion of the finance salaries are a portion of those as well. So you got to think about it in terms of that, too. Do you want to see it offset the finance department, or do you want to see it in revenues, all of it in revenues, and just show the salary? So the important thing is just for you to know that the finance department is $900,000 in total salary, but a majority of that we get paid back for in administrative fees for some of the things that we do. That's the discussion point. There are some other departments that are the same way. So you have Parks and Rec, they get their fees and they offset their payroll costs too. Same thing with water, sewer. Let me see. A lot of these administrative charges, if you think about it, HR, IT, administration, they're all getting a portion paid back to them from those other special revenues. So it's a good talking point, but that is why we did what we did for that one. If you want to go back to the summary, Stace.
Okay, what I'm trying to understand
Sure.
is, it looks like we went from, looks like we had a reduction from 20 to 21 of give or take 350,000.
Sure, I understand.
And then 22, it went back up 350,000.
That's because on one of those fees, we put it in for 21. So it's a give or take. Do you want to see it offset the payroll for the finance? Because then we'll true up the rest of those years.
Actually, I was just looking for
What's
really
reality?
just consistency. I mean, if we're going to show it
Sure, I understand
with
that.
the revenues or without the revenues.
And those things, we will make those changes before the September 30th. So I think we'll just go in and put it a contra against the finance department. We'll leave it in that and we'll just put it out and then take it off of the revenues as a contra payroll on that. The reason why we only did 21 is because we wanted to make sure for consistency and from our auditors why we did what we did. But sure, if you want to see that, I'll go in, and so we'll true that up, and you'll see that as a contra payroll against the finance department, or the alternative is, I will leave them as revenues, and you'll just know that it'll offset the finance.
I think my preference just for tracking would be to show the total expense.
Sure.
And then on a separate line item, the revenue that's brought in.
Okay, so what you're saying is do it
Because
as a
then
contra.
we would see the true, payroll.
Yeah, okay, we can certainly do that, no problem.
So on our next report, or here pretty soon, that 653 will be back in line with 20 and 22.
Well, on the summary, you'll see 22 and 23. If I understand what you were looking for, you'll see the summary because it takes into effect not just payroll, it's the entire finance department. So for the summary, you'll see it stay down. Does that make sense? If you want it against the finance department, if you want to leave it in revenues and just capture the finance department, you just have to understand that those revenues offset the finance department. So you'll see the actual expense there for the finance department, and then you'll just have to understand that those admin fees over here are a result to pay for the finance department. Does that make sense?
It
So for
does.
the summary line item, I think what you're looking for is for me to take it out of the contra and leave it in revenues so that you can see for 22, 23, 24, it's going to go back to reality, realistic, here's the expenses that it costs for the finance department.
In a separate line item there.
Yes, and then you look at your revenues and see all
Yes.
these revenues are coming in.
That'd be great.
Okay, yes, that's what we'll do.
Thank
Sure,
you.
no problem. Okay, so,
Can you help me with something as well?
yes.
I remember going through our budget line by line, and one of the items that we had cut for 2022 was travel and training, except for those required specifically for certifications. Have those been made from this, or?
Some of them were, the ones that we talked about in the budget meeting, we did go through and change. Some of them were not. They, like the board and the mayor, and I think the admin, we didn't take down.
That's right, I was going to let the board make their own
Yes.
decision on that.
yeah.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So if there's no more questions on the revenues, then we'll just jump right into the expenditures, and we'll keep moving on that. So one thing, while we're hitting on the finance department, one thing you also have to understand, the audit fees for the entire city are accounted for in the finance department. Also, the arbitrage rebate calculations for all the city's debt is accounted for in the finance department expenditures as well. And so the actuary that we have to do for retirement, the payment for the actuary, that's also accounted for in the finance department. We contemplated moving that out to non-departmental because obviously those are expenses for the entire city, but then we would lose history against that because that's where we've always tracked it. So that's another discussion. It's not going to change the balance, it's not going to change anything, but it might change the concern that the finance department is too expensive. But you just need to understand all of those expenses that are accounted for, they get extrapolated, or they should, their entire city costs. Okay, all right. So these are all of the departments, general fund, mayor, city admin, and like I said earlier, John and Stan and the department head and myself, we all went down through all of their budgets, asked questions, suggested changes. We went back through and made the changes before it came to you. One of the reasons why we're here today is suggested changes. We'll go back through and make those changes before the September 30th meeting, special budget meeting before this group and the board, okay? So that's really the intent. Okay, so you can see for city admin, communications, city clerk, all of those, you can see the expenses there as well. One of the things I want to drop you down to is that debt service. That is the energy performance debt service. If you recall, last year, we refinanced that. We saved about $80,000. We cut about 3 years off of it, so you'll see that go away as well in a couple of years. The other thing is for non-departmental. Non-departmental, basically what that accounts for is expenditures that we can't really identify by department. So like our health department contract. The health department contract, I knew I was going to forget these. I have these all up in my mind. Ballparks, our social services. Let me think. Stacy, can you help me? My brain's gone dead. The social services, for the projections, they're all there, and that's to budget because we have contracts against those. Same thing with the health department. Same thing with ballparks. Most of those are contractual in nature that have already been decided, so you'll see that. But for 2022, we did make some assumptions to help the bottom line. And those assumptions for 2022 is we anticipated reducing the health department by $50,000. We anticipated no social services. We anticipated some reductions. I believe we took out the $10,000 for the airport. So those assumptions, and you'll see that taking place. Now, there are other things, like the Ballparks of America. We give, I think, about $290,000 to them, and you'll have seen that. So you'll kind of, in that non-departmental, you'll see that. Stacey, actually, will you just pull that one up in detail? I want to show them.
Hey, Jamie?
Yes.
How long are we contractually bound on the Ballparks of America?
How long? I think it's I'm looking for Chris, but I think it's a 35-year contract, and we're about 2 years in.
And so explain to me what our
Is that right?
contractual.
First 5 years, I think it is, are the,
Options to renew, yeah.
well, it was the first 5 years, I think it was, that basically the supplement is there. After that, it starts to go away, to diminish.
I think it goes down by $25,000 a year after the first 5.
Right, yeah.
So do we ever get to a point where they pay us back, or how do we make back the money that we're giving to them?
Well, I guess the idea behind it was economic impact, potentially. We used to make $92,000 off of that, and now we pay $290,000. So as far as answering that question, that's probably not something that I can answer. Okay? So I wanted to show you this non-departmental. Let's see. All of these items are wrapped up in your non-departmental. You will see the contractual services, that line item on line 25, that's the one I was talking about. You'll see that decrease there because we decreased and we took some assumptions down. You'll also see the telephones. You'll also see maintenance grounds. You'll also see the operational software that covers the entire city. Our damages and claims. You can see a lot of the things that we go down through and we analyze. If you don't mind, would you scroll down, please? And then you'll see the retirement of debt that I showed you, and then you will also see the convention center line item. That is the assumed losses that we have to cover. We also have up there in that 2099, that contractual line item, the incentive fee. We give them an incentive fee, and the finance committee determines how much based on the categories that were listed in the contract. So the incentive fee is up there, and then this amount down here is to potentially cover their losses. Now, I will tell you, I think it's worthy to note, on that 533 anticipated loss for 22, I just got the numbers back from their finance accountant earlier this week, and they have assessed about a $476,000 loss. So we'll be able to take that $533,000 down to $476, based on what they're presenting to us. So that's good. And then it speaks to our debt. Stacy, yeah. Okay, so then you can see, this is how we track all of our debt. So what comes in for taxes, obviously, there's different TIFs, 50%, 100%. We have to go, so as the taxes grow, so will this. Does that make sense? So as the taxes grow, so will the TIF portion that we have to transfer out to those special debt service funds to pay for our debt. Also, you will see down here, this will be under your transfer outs, and you will see that we took for 22, we assumed taking the subsidies, the public safety subsidy, we made that whole. So it's back up to 7.6 million now. And for the recreation fund, we did not have to make that whole because when we were balancing it, we had anticipated in 22 that we were gonna have to pay out $1 million. And because of the campground and a lot of the items that they've been doing, we don't have to pay out that $1 million. We have to pay out 810. So that's good as well. So that pretty much saved the general fund a couple of $100,000 as well. So that's where that non-departmental comes. You can see that there's a whole lot of items wrapped up in there. And then the public safety and the recreation, you'll see that as a transfer out on the summary, if you want to go back to the summary real quick. Yes, sir?
Can we go back to where we
Yes,
just
sir.
were? I know it would help me a lot if, in addition to that summary page,
Uh-huh.
that non-departmental is roughly $2 million. I think I would like to see those details that you just showed included, because that helps explain what that is.
We'll send that out to the entire board in a week before the September 30th.
Okay, I'd like those, if we could, include
Sure.
those even on our monthly statements to show the breakdown. And in those transfer outs, that's a $10 million figure. And here you showed the details, but there again, I would like to be able to see that.
On the monthly financial reports, is that what you're asking? Or just for the budget process?
For the budget process.
Okay, yeah,
Because those
sure.
are, I mean, that's a
Yep.
$2 million and a $10 million number. And then, just looking at this raises additional questions. And I'll save this for later. I don't want to distract from this. I just want to be able to reference back. This is showing public safety, police, public safety, fire, fixed amounts.
That's correct.
And one topic I want to bring up when it's appropriate is when we look at CPI and inflation, right? Those are real numbers. And to have public safety fixed, the dollars today won't be the same dollars as each year. And then when it guts out to be 10, 20 years, it's ridiculously low. So I just wanted to reference this slide. So as we get into that discussion, I feel strongly that our budget needs to be balanced with a CPI increase, with a something increase, or we're just kidding ourselves. If a department is getting 4.2 million today, that buying power over the course of 10 years is 20% less than it is today.
That is true, but that's true for every department in the city. So the idea, back when we did the public safety sales taxes, it's not enough. And we knew back then that the half cent wasn't going to be enough. But the idea that those numbers came from their 2017 budget. And so that we would move that out into the public safety fund, and then the tax growth would help offset the growth. So I think, I understand what you're saying, CPI, you're exactly right, but it's true for every department. So if you think about all the other departments that are included in the general fund, that's the same thing. And so right now, as it stands for 2022, as it stands for 2022, we're still sitting on a deficit of about $433,000 after the changes that we made. So we did the calculation for the 5% public safety increase, and over 5 years, it's an additional 2.3 million out of the general fund. And some really difficult decisions would have to be made in order to do that financially, because that's an operational expense, and I'm just not sure financially how we can sustain that, because you have a multiple amount of other departments in the general fund that you will have to be taking away from in order to be given to this other fund that has a special tax. So that's all of the discussion. I just wanted to let you know factually where we are with that so that you all could be better informed.
Okay, I think this topic, we probably need to have this topic as its own standalone
Okay.
issue.
We'll get there too.
Yeah, because I don't think there's any other department in our forecast that are fixed amounts over the next, well, that goes out through 2026, right? I haven't seen any department funds stay consistent over the next 4 years.
Well, this is not their only revenue source. This is a subsidy. So essentially, they're not fixed, and neither is their tax. So as their tax grows, they get more money. But the subsidy concept is the same for the Parks Department as well.
And it goes up every year.
It goes up or it goes down depending upon how that department works. So if we, it's hard for me to say this.
We'll have
Okay,
this-
so the police department, they also have their own fees. They have fee schedules. So my recommendation and the focus on where I'm going with today is revenues. So it's a really good point that you bring up, and it's a really good discussion that we need to have, because the focus really needs to be focused on revenue sources. And the reason why I say that is because I have sat back and watched these departments, and they do, and I am not just saying this, the budget process is very detailed, and it's very defined, and we go over it with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm telling you right now, there is no where else for these departments to cut unless you start making bigger decisions to cut services. And that goes back to priority-based budgeting. And what are you willing to do without? And so it goes back to the idea of, I'll just use personal finances. We cannot use our reserve to offset our operations. It'd be like using my savings account to offset my family monthly operations. Eventually, you will have no more savings account, and your operational expenditure is way too high for you to live. So then what do? You have to start cutting all your disposables, everything you have, just in order to live like you have been living. It's just not feasible. So I think the discussion is really a bigger idea of how do we accomplish what we need to accomplish in order to still have the same city services and keep what we already have. So it's a discussion that if you guys want to have that right now, we can certainly have that. I will tell you, we have taxes, we have fees, we have administrative fees, but where else are we going to look at? And this is a good discussion. What do y'all think? Because I think the solution for us today is there's got to be revenue sources more coming in unless we make much more difficult decisions.
Okay, my recommendation would be for this to be a separate standalone topic when we look at the bigger picture, but let's go through what you're planning on.
Okay? So if you want to go back to the summary, I'm sorry, Pam, did you have a
Yeah, I think this all goes back to the very beginning of this public safety tax. We knew at the time that the half-cent sales tax wasn't going to cover what we needed going forward. So we've got to start making better decisions at the beginning. And, when you look at police and fire, we really can't cut those services. Our community depends on those. tourism perception and all of that stuff. So, you know, how do we grow that? You know, the tax, of course, you know, more people coming, more people spending, whatever the tax is. But, you know, we can't cut expenses there, in my opinion, without damaging, you know, what we need here for our community. But we've got to make better decisions in the beginning when we start this stuff. We can't start into something knowing that it's not going to be sufficient to cover it. And then I think fees are going to have to be looked at, and I know nobody likes to talk about that, but that is something that we're going to have to look at as a community going forward so that we can try to dig ourselves out of this, so.
Right, because some of the things that we've done in the past, we need to change.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, we
The overall-
cannot fix something forever
Right.
at this fee or whatever without the opportunity to take another look at it in 3 years, 5 years, or whatever, because things change so quickly, especially now, it seems like. And so we just can't corner ourselves into something where we're just stuck with this forever. We've got to have an opportunity to relook at things and say, these fees or these prices just don't make sense anymore, or, and we need to be able to adjust, whether that's written into contracts or whatever. We've just got to look at how we can not keep ourselves trying to operate today on something that we agreed to in 2010 or whatever, so.
That's true, and that is a bigger discussion. Let me get through the operationals and the reserve really quick for the general fund, and then we'll stall right there and we'll have this discussion because it's a really good discussion. Okay, if you don't mind for that. If you'll scroll down for the balancing piece.
Jamie, when you were going down through, whatever, just a quick question, like on
Sure.
utilities, you split those out by department as best you can?
The utilities
Yeah, well, whether it's electric, whether it's what,
so we split out for like City
by
Hall,
building or city hall, okay.
fire station, Recplex, they pay for their own utilities as well.
So it's embedded
It's by
within.
building, yes, and that's why for the general fund, you'll see it in non-departmental. Okay. Okay, so here is the end result, and this is where I wanted to get to, and then we go into that discussion of revenues. So for 2021, and you're going to see me go through this in detail in the study session next week, but I'm going to highlight it as well. So 2021 numbers, this is not a secret for anybody. The taxes look good, right? So when you look at your taxes, and I'll just share with you really quickly, I brought their tax reports, the ones that we got last week. If I could see them. Okay, so we're sitting at $10.2 million in sales tax, okay? Last year at this time, it was 7.1. Now, keep in mind, this is before sending out to the TIF, those kind of things. This is what we've brought in, okay? So 7.1 million last year, and the year prior to that was 8.7. So we're at a 42% increase over what we call our COVID year, and we're about a little less, 15% over 2019. And so we look at that and we think, okay, are we going to be able to sustain this type of growth into next year? Many of y'all are professionals, and the answer you'll know is probably not. You have a lot of the things, a lot of the assumptions that we have from the government, the stipend checks and the stimuluses, and a lot of people were able to come here because they had more money and they were stir crazy from sitting in their houses and those kind of things. You can make some of those assumptions, and those are some of the assumptions that we've read in our economic forecasts as well. So, is it going to be sustainable? Is that kind of growth going to be sustainable year over year? Not unless we have something new or different that's going to draw a different demographic of people. That's what I would say based on the research. So we have to look at that and say 2021, no doubt, even if we don't do as well at our Christmas season, God forbid we don't, those numbers that we projected in sales tax still account for a lower Christmas season. So we are sitting, and I'm going to tell you right now that at $10.2 million for 2021 is the highest we've been at this point in time in 10 years. Tax coming in. You also have to assume, when we show you those net of TIF reports, those unrestricted that we show you every month, you also have to look at that as that grows, the TIF grows, and we have to send more out. So those are things that you have to take into account for that. But why I'm telling you that is because our unreserved balance has grown. It grew because 2021, we cut. So your unreserved balance is your one-time expenditures. It's not something you should use for your ongoing operations. So two different things. We've got ongoing versus one-time. If you recall, during COVID, very early, I think it was April and May, we made the decision to kind of just stall, if you will. We did what we had to do to keep operating the city, but we cut all capital, we cut all one-time expenditures, we cut all any internal service transfers that we could in order to keep that cash back into the fund to make sure that we can sustain the operations. And we had assumed for the general fund that even given all of that, we froze 22 positions as well. We did a lot of items, and if you recall, we had assumed a 45% decline in our taxes. For sales tax, we actually only had a 14.7% decline. So that's a big portion of the difference. And at the same time, we stopped a lot of our heavier expenditures. So it is assumed that our reserve would grow, and it has. So for 2021, if we keep a 30% reserve, you can see that 30% is only 2.4 million, so that anything over and above that 30% is available for capital outlay, internal service, those kind of things. Remember, those are for one-time expenditures. So there's been some confusion, and I've had some calls, and it's like, if your reserve is high, why are you out of balance? Because those are two different ways of managing finance, in that you have the reserve, which, for lack of a better word, I'll call your savings account, and you'll have your operations. You got to be able to balance your revenues and expenditures. Those are your operations. You got to be able to balance those so that you have those reserves for your natural disasters, your floods, your pandemics, your tornadoes, all of those things that we've seen since I've been here at the city. We've seen all of those. So you need to make sure that you don't drain your reserve so that you're not prepared for the future and those type of deals. So when you look at your operations, that's what is the issue right now. And that's where I wanted to have this discussion, and then we'll get back into going back to that other discussion for revenues. So you look at your projections, you have an 8.4 million, and I just went down through that. So what that says is 2021, I believe we can comfortably release the 500,000 for capital expenditure and still do that internal service fund transfer out of the general fund. As you all know, we said we were going to earmark that for IT purposes because of the IT securities, and that is something that is so important right now, and it's just going to grow. So it's important to build up that internal service fund so that they have that money available in that separate fund that doesn't affect operations when they need it. So that's why we were doing what we're doing. So I think for the reserve purposes, we could safely do that. And then for 2022, for reserve purposes, you can see that because we did that, it's drawing our reserve balance down. And that's the intent behind it, because we need a 30% reserve. So what also has come up, and I really think this happened before the pandemic, and I think the pandemic just made it worse. We have been behind on capital needs. So we have been behind, and we've gotten even further behind because we had to stop these capital needs. And for this group, you've seen all of the requests for the capitals, and you've gone through and scored them, and you've had the opportunity to ask the departments the questions about the capital, which is, I'm really glad that we chose to make this the peer review group, because y'all understand all of that capital and all of the capital requests and the needs that are out there. So it's important that we get there. I can think of right now the HVAC system for City Hall. I know that's going to cost around $300,000, and it needs to be done. So Stan says 2. So we'll meet halfway in between and say 250, because it never is at what we get estimated. I'm just saying. Okay, so, but $200,000 to $300,000 right off the bat for the HVAC system, and that's something that has needed to have been done for a couple of years. So if you think about it in terms like that, you'll see why the need is there. And then you keep going, and if you look down, I'm gonna just draw your attention, we're gonna keep going down. You see how that reserve balance keeps going lower and lower and lower and lower. And eventually, in 2025, you get to where you have no funds for capital or anything else. In 26, it even gets bigger. That's not a sustainable solution. That's not something that we can manage financially within the city. So then we have some discussions to have, and that's where this committee really is important to me to just really get those ideas out there and really help us see what we're up against. Because if we could balance those operations, I'm not sure I've ever done this before, but I put that box, how we balance, down at the bottom, and I wanted you all to look at that. Because I think in the past, what I've done is I've brought before you a 5-year balanced operational budget. And then my message is, here's what I had to do to balance it, and let's just be honest, those assumptions are not realistic. So what are we gonna do? But this year we went a little bit different because I wanted you to see where we're at, and then let you guys join in on helping make those decisions, because it's not feasible for us not to have a balanced budget. We really cannot sustain that, because when you don't have that balanced budget, you have to use your reserve to offset that.
Let me ask a few questions.
Sure, absolutely.
What you just said, we were provided, I believe, when we did the 5-year balanced budget, the only way we could balance it is with no capital expenditures. Is that correct?
No, the capital expenditures do not go into your ongoings. The capital expenditures have an effect on your one-times. Does that make sense? Go ahead.
When we balanced, I believe it was a report you gave, when we provide, the 5-year budget is required by state or something?
The five year isn't. We publish a budget every year. We go out 5 years so you all can see long-term.
Okay. And maybe I'm mistaken. I thought when we saw the 5-year budget, it's what you just said, it was without capital expenditures in that.
It depends on what I was referring to, because it's a one-time versus an ongoing. Now, ongoing, I believe last year what we said was no raises, no 2% COLA, no 3%, no health insurance increases. We had a bunch of zeros, no expenditure increases either, and none of those were sustainable. That was for ongoing. And then capital, we cut the capital for fear that our reserve was going to get drained, because we had reduced the reserve to 23% as a result of the pandemic.
Okay.
So I don't believe I said that, but I will go back and listen just to verify.
Okay, I thought you just said it again. Maybe I'm rewording it improperly. To get to a 5-year balanced budget, we had to put 0 in for capital expenditures. Did I misunderstand that?
Operational does not account for capital, so it's about your reserve. In order to keep your reserve at a point, because your reserve is one time.
Let me try this. Was there any money allocated for capital improvements, capital expenditures, to obtain a 5-year balanced budget?
5-year operational balance budget, capital does not get accounted for in operations. I'm not trying to frustrate you, and I apologize if I am, but I'm trying to show you that there's 2 different ideas that we have to look at. 1 is your operations, 2 is your reserve. The reserve accounts for all your one-time expenditures. That's not going to increase or impact your operations. So your reserve, our reserve is higher right now, so we can add more capital in because we pay for those one time.
I understand all that.
Okay, so your operations is really what is there to keep your operations for the city of Branson going. So your payroll and your contractuals And all of those things and your expenses and your revenues that are coming in, you balance your revenues against your operating expenses. So I might not be understanding what you're saying, but capital expenditures do not get involved in your operational balances.
Okay, so moving forward, what would help me is when we do things like, and I believe you just said this, to show a balanced budget, we had to show a zero increase, a 0, 0, 0, 0 for these line items, right? Looking at it from a household or a business, those aren't realistic assumptions because we know sitting here, we're gonna have those expenses. So as we move forward, I think what'll help us stay within budget is to insert some of those knowns. We're going to have these expenses. What else can we do to balance the budget versus putting in unrealistic assumptions?
Well, that's exactly what we did this year.
Because I've been back, and I'll save some of this for the end, but I've been back through looking some of our previous budgets. I'm trying to answer the question to myself, how did we get here? And I think there's, and I'll save this for later, but I think there's bigger questions. But on this page, something that I'm uncomfortable with is I understand the 30% reserve. And there's a difference between a percentage and a dollar amount. Meaning, and I'm going to be off a little bit, but when prior to us removing our police and fire out of our budget, when police and fire were in our budget and we maintained a 30% reserve, that number was closer to 5 million. You agree with that?
Yeah, because about 160,000 was 1%.
Okay.
So yes.
So before we removed police and fire, we took it out of a quote expense. So our expenses were less, but we kept the same percentage of 30%. So just a few years ago, when police and fire were included in our expenses, same 30%, but the dollar amount was closer to 5 million. And that's what we looked at as our safety net.
Okay. So I'm not understanding what you're asking me. Sorry.
Okay, I guess I'm just, while we're on this page, I'm just looking at big picture.
Sure.
Because I agree with you. What we've been doing is not sustainable. Regarding reserves, there's a difference with us having a $5 million reserve in case of flood, fire, tornadoes, who knows what. Mm-hmm. There's a huge difference in our city budget of having 5 million, forget the percentage, versus 2.5 million. And the only reason it changed from what we used to have as a $5 million reserve is by removing police as an expense, by removing fire as an expense. We kept the same 30% percentage, but now we're sitting with a $2.5 million reserve versus up until just a couple years ago, we had a $5 million reserve.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying now, and maybe this will clear it up. So the calculation for the operating expenditures is 30% of the operating expenditures. So it's 30% of that operating line right there. So you know, what you're just saying is when we removed the police and fire, we no longer had those, so that reduced the amount of required reserve we needed in the general fund. However, keep in mind, public safety has their own reserve. So when we moved those expenditures out, the public safety funds now have their own reserve to cover them in the event of the one-times, the natural occurrences, those things. So this reserve in the general fund is to cover the departments within the general fund and the operations within the general fund. The reserve in the public safety fund is to cover the operations in the public safety fund. And so that 30% calculations is 30% of whatever operations goes into that fund. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jamie, can I ask you a question?
Sure, absolutely.
So, on the 2021 projected, it shows the ending unreserved fund balance, 8.4 million. So if you factor out the 30% reserve, that leaves 5.9 million. And I think if you factor out the 500 and the 350,000 one-time expenditures, as you're calling it, when you go back up to the top of the 2022 budget, that starting number is 8.4, less the 30%, less the 500, less the 350.
Yeah, so the calculation is whatever we spend, it'll subtract that out and be our beginning balance.
So it would stand to reason then if we didn't do the capital expenditure in that internal service fund of 850,000, our starting number in 2022 would be $850,000 higher. Therefore, the $400,000 deficit we're looking at in 2022 would not be $400,000 deficit? Is that,
No,
am I
well,
tracking
because
that?
the revenues and because your beginning balances don't take into account your operations. So you have to look at, on an annual basis, just the revenue coming in and the operating expenditures going out. So the beginning balance and the ending balance, that's all a part of your reserve. So revenues minus expenditures, whatever's left in there, if we have more revenues than we have expenditures, that'll go in and increase that reserve, which increases our beginning balance. The alternative is true as well. So if we have more expenditures, it'll reduce it.
Sure. So that bottom box is purely what revenue you're projecting for 2022
Versus
minus the expenditures,
yeah.
regardless of how much money is actually sitting in that account.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because we have to separate it for ongoing versus one time. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And Jamie, just to follow up, because I think at the end of the day, we're going to be making some tough choices. I'm looking at 2025 and 2026, which
Sure.
is going to be here next week. They have zero money allocated for capital expenditures and zero money for internal service funds.
Correct.
So sitting here today, we know that's not realistic.
Correct.
My preference would be, let's plug in realistic numbers as we're making decisions, because no matter what decisions we make today, we're setting ourselves up to fail if we're not looking at, 2025 is, it sounds long, boy.
It'll be here tomorrow, right? I totally get that. The problem with that and the assumptions that we've put in for 23, 24, and 25, it's a 3% expenditure growth for all years. It is a 4% health insurance increase, and I believe it is the 3% merit and no COLA. That is what is assumed, and a 3% expenditure increase year over year. Now, if the cost inflations continue to rise, that 3%'s not, we're gonna have more expenditures than that 3% will cover. So it's a good point that we've got to make sure that we have that, but if you'll look, with all of those assumptions built in, what I just mentioned for all of the 23, 24, 25, and 26, if you look, we're starting to fall in 25 below our 30% reserve. So then, if we had more revenues before then, that'll offset that. Again, it gets back into the question and whether you want to have that discussion now. It's a really good time to do it, because how are we going to fix that issue, right? So if you had more revenues, and it'll offset those expenditure differences, and in the end, it will help increase because your revenues will outpace your expenditures. Now, I want to give you a calculation that we did, it was only a few days ago, but we did a calculation on a 5-year growth for the city of Branson, and so our revenues were growing over 5 years about 9.4%, which equates to around 1.9 million. So for 26, we'd have 1.9 million more revenues based on the growth patterns. But the expenditures grew at 23.4%, which is roughly, I want to make sure I'm getting this right, 4.3 million, which leaves a difference of expenditures over revenues about 2.3 million-ish, and that's a gap. And that, if you look at 5 years from now, that would be what we were looking at based on those assumptions. So, and that's just general fund. We can get into some of the other funds, and you'll see some of the other funds are doing better than the general fund. And that's why I wanted to really focus on the general fund today and focus on the revenue discussion and to get your opinions and your thoughts and those kind of ideas that are coming out of this committee. Because that is what we need to resolve, that 25 and 26, with all of those assumptions built in, we still stand to fall below our reserves. And the long-term picture is really what we need to look at, because you're exactly right. It'll be here tomorrow, and we'll be having this discussion of, we had this discussion years ago, what did we do to resolve it? I think was your whole point, is where you were getting at. So if now is a good time to talk about it, I think it's fair to just open it up and have that discussion, but that's up to you.
Well, so my only comment is, and I think Pam had alluded to the fact that certainly we need to be concerned, but we cannot just pencil in capital expenditures in future years without coming up with the strategy of how those are going to be funded. I mean, that's the sticky wicket.
Absolutely.
So
Exactly
I
right.
get the point that 24, 25, 26 and beyond, we all know that whether it's general fund, whether it's all of the other funds, there has to be capital expenditures to run the city. But again, there has to be some strategy that is deployed fairly quickly and or discussed as to what is the revenue stream in the future. And then you have to couple that with, okay, you made some reference to, are there any other decisions that need to be made if you're trying to back up or do something as far as the expenditure side? So what's the comfort level there? So.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said. And I don't know if this is the right time, but maybe you're asking the question. Some observations that are not sustainable, that as we're looking at the whole picture and our forecast are, and I know I'm talking about different buckets. I
Sure.
understand the bucket.
Yep.
Bill Skanes was here, he would say, Larry, you just don't understand government financing. Our city 1% tax revenue over the past 10 years prior to COVID has not kept up with inflation.
That would be very accurate, yes.
So our sales tax for 10 years, the revenues are less than what our expenses are. And that's something that needs to be addressed in this big picture. The TCED tax, which, and I'm only referencing the 75% for our infrastructure,
Okay, so tourism. Okay.
since 2006, since it started, that hasn't kept up with inflation.
Okay.
So the amount of monies that we're receiving for infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, from the tourism tax is not keeping up with inflation, which I think on the big picture helps explain why we continue to have to get bonds and go into debt, because our income, our revenues are not supporting that. Understanding difference between business and government financing. A similarity is when a business expands, they're putting out capital in the form of debt, mortgages, in exchange of receiving revenues for the purpose of that expansion. City side is, there's some things we put out revenue for continued revenue, TIFs, those kind of things. But the bulk of it, or a lot of it, is roads, water, sewer, which is an expense with no revenue coming in. So when I look at sustainability, if our revenues, city sales tax, infrastructure portion of the tourism tax. If we're not receiving enough to cover inflation, that's, I think, a big question that this board needs to address because it's not sustainable. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do agree with that. And we did we did it for the sales tax. We can also do it for the tourism tax. We did the CPI inflation, and we looked at it over the last 10 years of the actual tax history. So what you would see, and we took the December over every year, we took the CPI index, and we looked at that in comparison to the growth in our taxes. We just did this a few days ago. And so what you're going to see is there's going to be some years where we thought we had a growth of like 2% in our taxes, when actually if you reduced it by the CPI inflation, it was actually, we declined.
We declined,
So that's exactly what you're talking about. So yes, we did that analysis, and I would agree with that. And I would think that in terms of the tourism, because we don't do operational out of there, we just, it's typically your capital expenditures. I think it's a really discussion on when you go to approve those large capital expenditures, it's something that the board and the finance committee take into consideration. So when you're brought these big capital projects and those kind of things, it's really worthy of a larger discussion of, do we need this? Yes, this is going to do this and this and this for the city, but it's also worthy of the financial discussion as well, because I think that's where you're getting at, as what is this large capital project, whatever it be, what is this large capital project financially going to do for the city? Are we going to take out a 20-year bond over the debt service of this much on an annual basis? But what is it going to bring back to the city to help offset that? Is it going to be a huge economic impact? If so, before the decisions are made at the board level, why don't we know those answers to better inform you of better financial decisions to make at y'all's level?
Yeah.
That's what I think you're getting at, and I think it's a really good discussion, and it's something that I think needs to be happening. So, but that is exactly right.
And I completely agree. And that's what I'm wanting this board to do, is let's put in let's take into account all these things, like if we're not keeping up with inflation, what can we afford? And not to pick at an old scab, but I believe when the board approved the $1 million for the purchase of the statues, I believe if they had this big picture, I'm wondering if they would have made a different decision, knowing that our revenues aren't keeping up. I know we borrowed money from tourism.
And when we did present that, we did present the picture and how it was going to look, and borrowed the money from tourism and pay it back with a 1% interest over the 10 years. But that was back then.
That was back then, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I know you won't be able to see this, but as I keep going back and looking at numbers, this was from the St. Louis Fed, but basically what it's showing is the value of the dollar, right?
Yep.
The buying
Yes, sir.
power, it keeps going like
Absolutely.
that. And that's what we're talking about here. That's not
Yes.
sustainable.
And I would say it on a more personal level. I think everybody individually is feeling it in their homes. I mean, go out and buy something you would
That's right.
normally buy before last year and see how much the difference is in cost. So
You're exactly right.
it goes to our homes as well as our businesses, as well as our cities and our communities and all of those things. So I would imagine it's probably not just a discussion we are having here in Branson. I would assume that a whole lot of private businesses as well as municipalities are having the same discussion, which is, I'm thankful for the discussion because it brings in a group to talk about what do we need to do to resolve some of these issues. And I've already talked about, our expenditures, we've reduced and we've reduced. Where can we go from here? Is it feasible? We've talked about, and this is the finance committee, but we've talked about in the past, we've talked about the use tax there. we've talked about some other things that are maybe viable options. And we have some ideas out there that maybe the state publishes a use tax report on an annual basis to show every community and every city, if they have it, what they can balance back to and how they got it, or if they don't have it, how much they're losing on an annual basis by not capturing that.
You're right.
So those are reports that are really good to have and see in these discussions.
So Jamie, I asked you the other day if you could get me the data on what we're leaving on the table for the use tax, because it is definitely something that, it's not gonna cost anybody anymore. It's just, it's money that we're leaving at the state level, and I think, that's definitely something that we should look at. And I know it'll have to be a vote issue.
Sure. Yeah.
So, but I think if we strategize and we plan it effectively and we educate, and then there's already some cities, I believe Hollister already has it. I think, is it Branson West maybe that has it
Kimberling
as well?
City, I
Kimberling
believe,
City
has
has
one.
it as well.
Nixa.
We've got some good examples of someone on each side of us that has done this, and that they could talk about it and help with the education piece of it, but it's something that we need to do, so.
Just for this group, I will share with you that for 2020, the numbers came out. The last report that the state has is in December of 2020 for those numbers. And we have, over a 5-year basis, we have an analysis that we keep. But I will tell you, it's roughly for our 1% sales, it is roughly about $500,000. And you know that is only going to grow. So what that means is additional money to public safety, additional money to the transportation fund, additional money to the general fund. And when you break that down, now I will tell you, and I'm going to share this with you, because DOR issued a report and we have it broken down and by sales. So I know that this number should be higher. And the reason why I know that is because it should tie back to the sales tax report that we do and we reconcile and audit back to. So we know how much 1% sales money that we received in 2020, and this report states that it's lower. So I know that they probably have some work to do on this report, but what that shows you is that it's going to be higher than what I just told you. So if you consider $500,000 or more, we'll call it $500,000 at a growth rate, that's quite a chunk of change that you're leaving on the table, and you
It's
got.
only gonna get worse.
Yeah,
I mean, I was
absolutely.
visiting with Stan and
I mean,
and John
you
the
got
other
some
day
of our businesses leaving.
with Best Buy closing
Right.
as a good example. It's
So,
only
I mean,
getting worse.
it goes back to discussions we've had in the past, but because you asked me, I wanted to share that with you to let you know that we brought those numbers just so that you could see those. Some of the other things I wanted to share, I think this is some good news, and I wanted to share that with you. We're having some discussions. Stacy and I, we had to do a rating call with S&P, was it Wednesday or last Wednesday? Last Wednesday. And they called us on the spur of the moment, and they said, hey, will you be available for a rating call? Well, if you recall the discussion that when they gave us a negative rating and they downgraded us because we were a tourism city during the pandemic, they did that to a lot of cities, if you recall. Well, they wanted to do an overview. They weren't going to do one until after we had a full year in 2021 under our belt, which would have been June 30th, because they wanted audited figures of 2022. We had a really good conversation with them, and they asked a lot of good questions, very good questions that we were able to answer, and we were able to share with them what I just shared with you about our sales tax, because we had just gotten our sales tax reports in. And so I was able to tell them, for the 1% sales, it was 10.2 million. Over last year was 7.1, and the year before was 8.7. And so the increase and our financial advisor was on the phone, and he was spouting off, oh, that's an increase of this and an increase of this. And we were able to also give the tourism numbers at a higher growth rate than that. I mean, the phone conversation was very, very encouraging. And what they said is that it's going to take a month to get through their process. So maybe by October, maybe, I don't know what they're discussing, but I will tell you, and I think Stacy and our financial advisor had the same thoughts, that the call was extremely positive, and they were surprised that we were doing as well as we were. So my hope is that maybe we can get a better rating before the end of the year, get a better rating out, and at least remove that negative rating against us, and that'll be something good for us. The other discussion and some of the things that we're looking into is refinancing some of the debt that we have left. We don't have a lot of non-TIF debt left, okay? So we have the COPs left, and that's against the tourism, and we'll talk about that as well. And we have that energy performance debt, which I showed you, we already refied and have that paid off in a few years. So the one thing that I want you to know is that we are constantly looking at debt service is an expense, right? So anything that we can do to get that down, pay it off early, save some money in the long term is a great thing. So we've got 2 bond issues right now. They are the landing issues. One of them is our 2011, and we are going to pay off the 2010 in January of 2022. So we are looking, this afternoon, we're going to have another call because we could do some private placement issues, not have to worry about the credit rating, chop off about 3 years and save at least 3%. So those are things we're constantly out there looking for. Constantly, it might shave a little bit off on an annual basis, but in long term, you're going to save a couple million or more than that off the end of your debt. So those are also things that maybe other people might not think about, but these are things that maybe we can help and reduce some of the expense long term. So those are things that are going on in our office as well. And when we get to the tourism fund, I want to show you some of the other things that we're up against.
Jamie, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
On these revenue versus expenditures, I think you said the non-departmental expenditures, that included the TIF payments, right?
Well, that is a transfer out. So if you look at the non-departmental, it's all a non-departmental, but we separate out the operational. You see there's a piece there, and then you'll see down below, transfer to other fund, but it's still all included. So yes, I think that's what you were asking.
Well, I think
Yes.
my ultimate question is, at some point those TIFs expire.
Yes.
And so, am I correct in my understanding that as that expires, that actually, I guess, increases our revenue because we don't have that transfer out? What are we looking at in terms of time for when those expire, and is my understanding of that correct?
So for some of the TIFs, unfortunately, a TIF is 23 years, but the debt issues that were against those TIFs go beyond that 23 years. So you have, I believe one TIF is done in 26, another one is done in 28. And so we are working before we get there to try to chop the time back as well as money back as much as we can and the market allows to try to right-size that. Because the idea is, if you think about a TIF, we also get county money, and we get economic development money from the state, and there's several other entities that contribute to pay that debt service as a part of the debt. So when that TIF goes away, all that extra money that is contributed for that debt service will go away too. So for...
And we still have the debt.
And we still have the
Yes.
debt. And so for the landing, we are obligated 100% for that. So those 2 debt issues that we're looking at right now, those are landing debts. So if we can continue to chop away at that and look, as soon as they come callable, what can we do and how can we do it, that will be advantageous for the city just because of what you're talking about right now. When that TIF goes away, we still have that debt, so we will still have to capture that revenue, put it into that TIF fund until that debt is paid off. That would be the financial management thing to do in that case, because you're gonna lose half of what you've been contributing so far.
But at some point, that debt goes away, and then
Yes.
that's just straight revenue to the city.
Yes, as that goes away,
It's not tomorrow, and next week isn't looking good either.
yeah. But as that goes away, and the debt is paid off, then that revenue will start coming into the city. That is correct.
The expenses we incur down there that we pay for, that we provide or whatever, that stays forever because we own that land, is that correct?
Yeah, so
That
for the maintenance, for the landing
Right.
and the fountain, yeah, there's a long-term contract against
was-
that,
Okay.
certainly.
So what I'm going to suggest, Jamie, if you agree, is I think it may be beneficial for us to allow you to continue through your report so
Okay.
we can have the whole picture. And then at the end, we can talk about what are we faced with, suggestions, ideas,
Sure.
and all that.
Absolutely. So if we'll go through all the funds, the major funds that we have, but that box down at below, but, excuse me, that
me.
box down below, I'm sorry,
Before we move on, we've been in this for an hour and a half.
okay.
I see people getting up, leaving. I'm assuming nature's calling. So I'd like to suggest a 8-minute recess.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to start in just a minute. If you would, let's all get our, do we have lunches provided over here? Let's, those of you that are eating, let's grab your lunch, and we're going to talk with our mouths full. Thank you.
You can watch us eat, Jay.
We're ready, Jamie.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to continue now, and we'll just eat as we listen. This way, Jamie will receive fewer questions.
Well, Tracy, I think we've covered the general fund in detail, so let's move on to, what is the next fund I've got? Transportation fund. So this one is a positive one, so let's move on to that one. While she's pulling it up, the thing I want to say about the transportation fund is, remember, they are lots of capital, lots of streets, and when we did COVID, we stopped all of that. So you're going to see a really healthy reserve in the transportation fund, and I'll cover that over also. So you can see, by fund, we look at operations and try to balance by fund, all of the major funds anyway. So if you look at transportation funds, with the assumptions that we've got in there right now, their operations are balanced. And so, in taking a look at that, with the taxes they've got coming in, and they reduced their expenditures quite a bit, and so now what you can see is, you can see in 2020, they only had about a $2.5 million expenditure, and 2021 will be a projected 3.8, which gets them back up to where really they need to be, and then so on and so forth. So you can track that, and that is the 3%. You know what? Let's go ahead and pull up the detail on that. Let's look at the revenues. So the taxes and franchise fees, you know that they have the motor and vehicle fuel tax as well that we get. And we also have that 0.5% sales tax. So you'll see that. It's all wrapped up in our revenues there. The revenues will be the second tab at the bottom. I think you just have to click on Enable Editing, and it'll open up the tabs. So as you can see, this is the revenue, that CART fund that you see up there. That is your motor vehicle fuel tax, okay? So it's the very first line up there. The second line will be your transportation tax, and that's your 0.5 cent. And we did the same thing on our projections that we did with the general fund. When we got those tax reports in, we went and trued them up. So 2021 is doing good. So that's as of the September. So we did actual through the September reports that we received. Yes, sir?
Can we enlarge that, please?
Yes. Can y'all make that bigger?
There you go.
Thank you. So you'll see we were able to true that in. So that's actual through September, and then our assumptions that we talked about. Wow. I heard myself, and that was gross. So, okay, so I digress. Okay, so the CART, and then the transportation tax, and then the other one down below, you'll see the miscellaneous revenue. That's the money that we get in from MoDOT for taking over the 76 road. Does that make sense? So those are the largest revenues there. And then your transfer ins For 2021, we don't have anything anticipated, except for that 50,000. I've talked about that before. That's the 50,000 that's transferred in from water and sewer, when the potholes, or like when a water line breaks and it messes up our roads. We have to go into the roads and all of that. So, that 50,000, takes care of the reimbursement across funds for the replacement of those roads when those water line breaks. So that's what that 50,000 is for. So on the 2022 revenues, you can see the 421, 528, and for 2022, on this one, it looks like we kept it flat because we are a little bit concerned as to, we had such a growth in '21. We'll talk about that. That'll be one of our discussions. Is it reasonable to assume a 1% in the sales tax because we have such large growth this year? Or is it reasonable to assume we're going to stay flat or possibly even receive a decrease to 2021 just because of the large growth? We can talk about that, and that'll be at the end when we talk about all of that. But so you can look at the revenues there. And then you can look at that 500,000 is where I wanted to get at, that transfer in, that 500,000. We used to do that. That comes in from tourism fund. And we used to, it got up to 750,000. Well, we stopped that when the COVID and the pandemic, all of that happened. We stopped all of that out of the tourism. And so 2022 assumes that we take 500,000 from the tourism fund and put it back into the transportation fund for the streets, the overlays, the paving, and all of that, for the infrastructure for the roads.
So that transfers from the tourism fund
Yes.
into the transportation
It
fund.
is, yes, sir.
So
And
there's a-
that's to offset the expense, because I believe we have 1.2 million in there. You'll see that here in a minute. Yes, sir.
So there's an amount by statute that we're allowed to take out of the tourism tax for infrastructure, right? And so that's just part of that?
It just-
It's
yeah.
divvied up in different,
Right. We established that amount because by the tourism definition, it's the infrastructures, the roads, and those kind of things. So we can allot for that. And we used to offset that 1.2 million and kind of divvy it up between the two funds. Because in the past, what we faced was the transportation fund kept going down, and we had to find a way to stabilize that. And as you can see, that's not the case, which is good. So there is
Identified what
solutions.
the impacts
Yes, absolutely. So you can see what's going on there. That's our revenues. Will you go to the expenditure tab, please? And you probably want to expand that out too. It's long, and there's different cost centers for this. Okay, so here up at the top, here's our expenditures. Here's what we call non-departmental. Those are our transfers. Majority of that is TIF, and you'll see the transfer out to the Internal Service Fund. That 1.2 million is to a debt issue, and it's called the 2003 bond, but it is actually the 2011 bond now because we had refinanced that, so we need to clean up that description there. And so the Branson Landing, the Branson Hills, as you can see, those are our TIFs, and those are our transfer outs from that tax to the TIF, okay? And then you'll see the personnel as you do, if you'll keep scrolling up. And then here's our operational, whoa, yeah, I wanted to get to yeah. Here's our operational expenses. I'm gonna just tell you, I mean, you can see there's not huge increases. You'll see some with the equipment, and the maintenance of the equipment, those kind of things, not huge increases at all. If you'll keep scrolling, right there. Obviously, you've got increase in the fuel, and everybody's having that, so that's understandable. And if you keep going down, that was for the total for the garage, and then if you go down, you'll see streets, and we identify those through the cost center. Can you scroll back up to contractual? Okay, so that, the line, I believe it's 103 if I'm looking at it properly. Thank you, Stace. You can see that that 629, that was for your mill and overlay, and now we've got it up to 1.5. That's where that 500,000 comes in and offsets that. Does that make sense? So we upped the mill and overlay and the streets, taking care of our streets essentially. We upped it to 1.5 because there's a lot of projects. And if you look at 2020, there wasn't hardly anything done. So we stopped everything in order to maintain operations. And now we've got some stuff that we have to catch up with. Like I said, our capital, our streets maintenance, a lot of our maintenance stuff. So we upped that to this 1.5, and we brought in the 500,000 from the tourism to offset some of that for transportation.
Jamie, is that street, when we say the street, is that amount already designated for certain projects? Is there any money in there for neighborhood
Keith?
upgrade? Would you send me a copy, and any member on this board, a copy of the detailed of the priorities of the streets we're going to focus on? Is there a summary of, here's the street? Thank you.
Just as a reminder, when we're speaking from the audience, the stream can't hear that, so we might have them come up to the front. Thank you.
The next one is the Highway 76 maintenance, and you can see that as well, so. If you will continue scrolling up. Whoa, sorry. Keep going. We'll go back to contractual. This is, I mean, you can see there's very little changes. Some of them reduced. And when I say they've gone through and cut as low as they can cut, you can see that some of them have even reduced some of their educational budgets is like a couple of $100 here and there. That's what I mean. When I say that, they've gone through and really tried to fine tune. They've even done a couple of $100 here, a couple of $100 there, those kind of things. And that should be the assurance that they're doing everything they can. And you could keep scrolling up. And so that's the summary of our expenditures. And like I said, the streets is the biggest expense that we have, and obviously that makes sense out of the transportation fund. Also, you have the garage. And so if you'll go back to the summary, please. The same assumptions apply that we did, so like for your expenditures, your 3%, your 4% insurance, 3% salary adjustment, 4% insurance, and then an overall 3% for 23 going out to 26. We have kind of a calculator that will help us out with the future years. So that is the transportation. Now, what I will say is, as we have the transportation fund balance, our reserve balance has grown quite a bit as well. So what we were able to do is we were able to free up some capital. Now, they're not going to have a lot of time to get large capital stuff done this year because it's September. So we put more of it, so you can see 300,000 capital in for 2022, and then a $150,000 transfer out to their internal service fund. And for this fund, it's so important that we continue to build that internal service fund. And we stopped that, so we didn't have a whole lot into it. But with things that come up that aren't necessarily planned for, you have that internal service fund, and also you have a replacement schedules, you know, like Keith said, they know when streets need to be repaired, and there's some replacement schedules for their equipment, because they need that. snow plows, all of those things that all fall under here. So that internal service fund is very important to make sure that our equipment and the things that we have to maintain and our replacement schedules are fully funded, and we will get there. Any questions on this fund? If not, I will move on.
So just in relation to our conversation we had prior to, though, the unfortunate thing is, well, not really unfortunate, is that your buying power, though, for what you can get done compared to what you could do before or whatever. So although it looks like we have,
That 3% will increase.
yeah.
Yes.
So we'll have plenty of money in the fund to be able to do the projects, but it probably won't go as far,
That's correct. Yes, absolutely.
unfortunately.
Yes. Okay, so let's move on. What's the next fund? Okay, the next one is the police. So we have police and fire, as we report in our comprehensive annual financial report, which is our audited financial report, you know that we have to combine that. So we combine police and fire to one public safety fund because it's one special revenue. But for internal purposes, we have that split out so that you can see police as one fund and you can see fire as one fund. So here is the police fund and the taxes assumed and the expenditures, and I'll go through the detail because I know that you all will want to see that. The transfer to other funds, that's the 250, that's their vehicles. Make sure we keep up with those vehicles. Transfer from other funds, that's the amount coming in from the general fund. And then if you can see down below where you've got your reserve, and then you've got your 30% reserve, and then you've got available for capital outlay, that 700,000 and that 400,000 next year, that's their radios. So that's not something that we can touch. So that is a contractual obligation for their radios. Okay, and so then we also have started putting money out for police internal service fund, 100,000 and 250, and then another 150 as the years go on. As we can, we need to keep doing that for them so that they can have replacements. I know that they need to upgrade and replace radios and all of those kind of things. So when you build up your internal service fund, you can do that more easily than having it come out of maintenance and operations and stuff like that.
Does their, lease for their vehicles and stuff like that, is that in that internal service fund, or is that somewhere else?
That is in the internal service fund.
Okay.
So what we do with that is we take the entire cost of the vehicle out of their operations in the year that it's approved, and we move it to the internal service fund, and then the finance department manages the lease, and police cars are 3 years because they assume wear and tear, those kind of things, and they get rotated every 3 years. Okay, so if you want to pull up the detail for
Before-
this. Sorry, go ahead.
Before we move on, I just wanted to point out, and I know we're going to have a separate discussion on this, but we're looking at a revenue increase, and I'm assuming that 3.6 million is 21?
Where you at? Are
Total
you at
revenue.
2026? The 3.6, the taxes? Yeah.
Oh, there it is,
25 and
21.
6. Mhm.
So in 21, 3.6 million of revenue, and in 26, it goes up a whopping $50,000.
Yeah, so it's just a
the-
1%. That's an assumption for us. It may grow more than that.
Okay, but then when we look at the expenditures, that same 2021, we start at 6.5, and it goes up to 9 million.
Yeah, we'll look at that when we go through the details, so you can look at that, sure, you're right. And that gets back to that bigger discussion that we need to have when we get through all of these, okay? So now what?
Yeah.
And then what? We've done this, now what? What are the next steps?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go through, let's pull up their expenditures. Can you make that the bigger? Yeah. Okay. And so what I will tell you, one of the things I want to highlight for you is the regular wages you'll notice in '21 have gone down, not on the first line, that would be your dispatch, but on the line number 11. So if you look at 21 and 22, it was decided during the budget meeting with the administrators and the director that they consistently have about 5 unfilled positions on an annual basis. So we took 4 positions out of there to not tie up the budget because it's a consistent. That doesn't mean they're not going to get it back and those kind of things, but that's why you see that decrease there.
For planning purposes, wouldn't we be more comfortable planning to have those positions filled?
Well, we took them out so they wouldn't tie up budget, and that's a discussion. I mean, for me, are they gonna need those if they're consistently unfilled 5 positions on a consistent basis? Is it wise to tie up those budget dollars when we know they're not gonna be filled? Those are questions that we can have that discussion, so
Okay.
certainly, yeah.
And do these figures include the current proposal for the police, for the increase of, I think there's a contract out there that the city has that we prepared, that the police have looked at as far as their pay increases?
No, this does not, I don't know about that. This does not consider that, no. I can tell you that. For pay increases, I know we did pay increases for dispatch. Was that a couple years ago?
I think what he's referring to is the pay plan study that Jan's department has done, that John and you and Jan are working on. I don't think those numbers are included in this.
It does not reflect that. It only reflects an increase of the 3% adjustment. It doesn't even reflect a 2% COLA. None of the wages do for anybody in the city.
So 3%.
A 3% based on their evaluation date, and based on their evaluation and how it turns out, yes. It considers a 3% increase at that time for any employee for their wages.
And that's across all the budget.
That is across all the budget, all the wages, yes. But it doesn't reflect anything else.
Okay, then I guess it goes back to my overall mindset of, are we dealing with realistic numbers? If we're going to be making some tough decisions, wouldn't we want to include those as we're making decisions? Because if we're making decisions to try to balance what these numbers currently reflect, and they reflect no increases on that plan we're talking about, I don't know if that's realistic. Let me rephrase it. I don't think that's realistic.
Well, and that's fair, but the alternative is the pay scale, it's a pay scale to identify, here's what we need to do, but we can't fund that pay scale. I'm just going to be flat out honest with you all. We do need to do that. The economy says we need to do that, and everybody knows it. But unfortunately, right now, we can't fund that. So that is a discussion and a question that we throw back and forth, and then what? So yes, it's another one of
I think that's
those.
a very important question, and there again, it's the same overview when we look at, okay, we're not going to have any capital expenditures. I think we need to have realistic numbers because we're going to be making decisions to reach a certain level. And as we're having the discussions, I feel strongly that they need to include these payroll plan increases. Because the trade-off, if we don't, I think are going to be more expensive. So I don't want to have an artificial number that we're all going to try to shoot for that doesn't include what needs to happen.
So I do understand where you're coming
Okay.
from, because you want where we should be reflected in these numbers. But what I'm saying is, honestly, we cannot afford where we should be. So should I put them in these numbers and show you the result of what really we can't do?
We're gonna
Or
have,
should we put in the numbers what we can do?
Jamie, I'm convinced we need to put in realistic numbers. I realize there's gonna be some tough decisions to make to get us from point A to point B. What I don't wanna do is to, when we get it to the end of this and say, we need to get from A to B, and then we accomplish getting from A to B and go back and look at these areas that are not gonna work. I'd rather shoot for what is realistic. What decisions do we need to get to make these realistic assumptions? Every category that we have zero budgeted in 25, 26, 27, those aren't sustainable. I want us to look at real world.
So, the 23 through 26, it has that 3% adjustment, no COLA accounted for, 4% increase in health insurance, and then a 3% expenditure increase. Those were the assumptions, but as Rod said, it's more like 5% realistically increase. And so if you're saying that you want me to go back and adjust those to be more like 5% increase and increase the pay, we would have to do that across all funds. And so we will take this pay scale up, but it's not financially feasible, is what I'm saying.
And I think what you're focused on right now is the current, this is where we are, budget. And I know when we have the study session,
Yes.
you're gonna see with the pay plan then infused into this, so we can get to where you wanna be on what, from the pay plan study, realistic. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if we'll ever, I mean, I think we could come close, but I don't think we'll ever really have I don't think we'll come close enough with projecting what inflation is going to cost us with product right now because of the way the market is, to project those ongoing capital expenses, because they're fluctuating so much at the moment. But I think we could come, we do know what projects we need to do, so we should be able to put those in perspective, and then we can come from there to have a range to help get to where we need to be. On the pay scale side, we are way behind. I shouldn't say way behind. We are definitely behind. We definitely need to make a decision very soon because unfortunately, and this is the sad part of all this, none of this just happened. This has been coming down the road for the last 15, 20 years. This is where we are now. We've got to make those tough decisions. I have explicit faith that that's what we're going to do. And to make those tough decisions, we have to provide the pay plan numbers that have been presented from the finance department. I know you and Jan and John are working on them, and they should be ready to go at the study session to show the group, the board, exactly where those numbers are approximately.
Stan, is that study session scheduled?
23rd.
Thank you.
Jamie, just real quick, what I think Larry's asking, if I understood, is he's looking at the big number. And so when we're making difficult decisions and trying to find a path from A to B, what's it really going to take to get us to B in the real world? We know we can't get there, but what does that look like in terms of the pay scale?
Now, if that's what you're wanting, that is something that we can calculate and show, okay, if you want to do this, leave it outside of our budget, because I can tell you right now, it's not feasible with the current budget we have, just flat out. But if you want to see what it's going to take to get us there, if that's what you're asking, I'll do another calculation, a different report to show you what it's going to take to get us there. So it won't be involved in the budget, but it'll be showing you guys, here's what it's going to take to get us from point A to point B, and then that discussion comes, okay, well, how do we achieve this goal? Is that
Okay.
what you want?
Yeah, I feel
Okay.
very strongly about that.
For me,
Because, go ahead.
I'm sorry. For me, Jamie, I think it's important for the public to know and understand that difference.
Good, okay. I can do that.
Thank you.
And then that's what you use when we talk about the strategy.
Yes.
That's exactly
What
right.
strategy do you develop now so that all of this is sustainable and can be supported into the future?
Yes, I can do that. I was thinking you wanted me to change all the budget up to put that in there, and I would prefer to do a separate report so that you can see the pathway that we need to do, yes.
That's what Michael stated it succinctly.
Thank
That's
you.
what we need to do, and what, I didn't want to dive into the budget and change it all, because this
Yeah.
is the budget. But at the study session, you should be ready to show them exactly, this is where we are, this is where we're going to be, this is what we need to get there.
I got some work to do before
Right.
next Thursday. Okay.
And I'll agree with Stan. And when I go back and look at previous statements, for the last 10, 15 years, I don't think we've been on a sustainable budget. So it's time to quit kicking the can, and it's time to address these. And I think this board, hopefully this board has the appetite to, let's get real.
Well, I agree with that. Thank you for saying that.
I think some of it's going to be painful,
It is.
but it's got to be done.
That's right.
Got to be done.
Amen, sister.
Okay. Okay, so then, you want to, did I do that? Oh, I touched it and it went blank. Okay, sorry. Okay, will you scroll down just a bit so they can see their operational expenditures as well? Contractual, if you'll go just slightly up. Oh, yeah, up. Yeah, there you go. So your contractual, and you can see work comp insurance is in there. You can see the prisoner boardings. You can see line item by line item. And the descriptions are pretty much explainable, excuse me. So you can see that, and if you have any questions, again, I will tell you, there's not big jumps in these operational, so just keep that in mind when you're looking at them. Some of them have to be, but they work to reduce. They also are right-sizing accounts so that they can make sure and get expenditures in the proper accounts and make sure the tracking is there, so you can see that as well. But if you look at this, there's not huge jumps, and if there are, we will point them out. Will you scroll down, please? Thank you. And then, as I pointed out, that capital was that's their radios, and if you'll keep scrolling, and then pretty much it comes to the end. A majority of it, theirs is their personnel budget. Okay, so that's police, and if you'll go back to the summary, it'll show you where they're at and the balancing piece. Okay, thank you. So what you can see is from 2021, at the end, they have a 3.1 reserve. So this is what we were talking about earlier. This is the police's reserve. So they have an unreserved fund balance of 3.1, a little bit under 3.2 million. 30% reserve is that 1.9, and then you have capital outlay, which is 1.2. The capital expenditure, 700,000, internal service fund transfers 100. Then you skip forward, and then you can see out of their one-time expenditures what we've allotted for there as well. The problem, and if you look down at the bottom, in 2024, 2023, the capital expenditure of the police department. So we've talked about this before, assuming the debt service in the police department for a 20-year. If you do a 20-year for the new police station, I should say, we have to do it by 23 because their tax sunsets. So we gotta get that moving. We've gotta take that out. We gotta look at that. And that assumes, 2024 assumes the debt service for the new station. And if you look at 24, then your operations start becoming out of balance and you don't have money for capital in the future. So your reserve starts declining. Look at 26's reserve. So your reserve starts declining, and so that's the debt service. That's the debt service for the new station.
Jamie, what sunsets in 2023?
No, we have to take out the debt in '23 in order to do a 20-year debt service on the police station to avoid that debt service the sunset for the police tax. So
There
you
again-
can see that's a picture that we need to look at and have that discussion that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and this is just another one of the funds that.
This is, yes.
It's not realistic to have a 24, 25, and 26, zero capital outlay, zero internal service
Correct.
fund, and, right?
Yes, and so then you ask yourself, what next? What comes next, and what do we do about that?
Yeah.
And I will tell you, you can look at chopping away at the cost of the station, and that will reduce their debt service. That's just one idea, but those are all things that you talk about, and that's what's coming. And so that's the police station. Does anybody have any questions? And we'll move on to the fire department, so I can show you. And then remember, you combine those two, and they will balance back to your year-end reports, okay?
We just take the fire fund and move it over to the police fund. Wait a minute, do I have a fireman in the room? Oh, I got one thumbs up and another symbol. Go ahead.
So are the amounts that are by 2023 that you would have to then borrow or bond or whatever, however you want to do that, but are those fixed? X
The
number of
debt
dollars,
service,
X
we
number
did
of
an
dollars?
amortization schedule, yes, out for 20 years. The debt service, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, but I mean the amount as well. Or is there some flexibility there?
Well, there'll be flexibility on the dollar amount for the police station, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like for the capital outlay. for
Yeah,
the
there
police
should
station.
be.
There's some
And
flexibility
if there's
there.
flexibility there, it depends on how flexible y'all want to get with that station and how much. So there will be flexibility, and if you take the cost down, that changes the debt service. You know how that works. So yes, absolutely, yes. Okay, and so this is the fire department, and the fire department, as you can see, they have an unreserved fund balance of 3.7. They do have some permit fees and those kind of things, and we'll go through that, and they have their taxes as well. And then you can see their expenditures, we'll go through that in here in a second. And then their transfer in from other fund is their transfer in from the general fund, and their transfer to other funds, I can't remember what that's for. Stacy, you remember the transfer? We'll look at it, it'll show us. Okay, I'm sorry, will you go back to the summary? We'll look at that. Okay, thank you. All right, so then you've got, we have the 1.634 million, that's 2021. What I want to say there is you've got your 30% reserve and then you're available for capital outlay. We've got I'm going to quit touching this, something's going on. So we've got 1.5 million in capital expenditures. The idea behind that is you can see that capital expenditures for 21 and 22 have 1.5 million there, and then there's another $500,000. That would assume that we pay cash for the fire station. That's where that will come from.
Which we really would love to do.
That would mean no debt service against the fire station. So that would assume you take the capital outlay, you take it down by 1.5 million this year and next year, and then another $500,000 the following year, and you pay cash for that fire station, and you have no debt service against that. That's what that assumes.
When can we pull the trigger on that?
That's up to y'all.
It's coming.
What is today? Today is, I'm thinking Monday.
Yes, honestly, you will be seeing, I believe next month, the architectural firm has been chosen, or will have been chosen at that time, if I recall correctly. They will come to you for approval of the contract to accept that. Actually, to accept that and then begin the negotiation for the contract, I apologize. And then it'll start rolling.
Go ahead, please.
Excellent.
The next question would be then, so if you're talking approximately $2 million then for that structure, then the other internal service fund dollars, are those then dollars that they're looking at to be able to, for additional equipment and all those things?
Fire truck.
That'll be needed to run that operation?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And that, if we assume that we're going to pay cash for that station, that means that dollar amount, we can't say we're gonna pay 3.5 million and end up paying 7. So, and.
What? Has it ever
I'm just
happened?
saying, we're paying cash here, and that would be it. So I would say that's where those negotiations need to take place, because this is, if we're paying cash for it, we need to know that sometimes those, through the negotiations, those prices climb, and we're like, we don't have any more than this. So that would be the idea behind
So
that.
we'll just get a not to exceed bid. Do these numbers include the, that was a joke, by the way. Do these
I kind of
numbers,
liked it, but go ahead.
do these numbers include the personnel for the new fire station?
These numbers, as of 2024, we put in the 12, which is why you can see in 24, 25, and 26, they go negative. So that is the thing. So realistically, police and fire have two different pictures, okay? So police, their building, the debt service on their building is what is dragging them, would drag them down in a negative fashion. The fire department would be the staffing of their new building.
Right.
Operationally will drag them down. So you have kind of the opposite picture, but nonetheless, it is a picture, and it goes back to that discussion, and then what, and how do we fix it?
That's right.
Yep,
Which is an important one.
absolutely. Next fund, please. I forget. Tourism, is that what it is? Oh, parks. Oh, could you zoom in on that? Okay, so here is a look at the Parks Department. And you can see they get a cigarette tax. Their campground, you can see, is really doing well. And you can see some of the other things are really doing well. And they look at this with a fine-tooth comb. And so I will tell you that as we do, fire department really focuses on this as well, and I should have said that. They focus on grants. They look at anything, even if it's small dollar grants and stuff that we can get that doesn't increase operational cost. That is something that I think the fire department does well. We typically work with Ben and Charlie on that, and they do pretty well. And I know that Cindy does that as well too. So you can see that, and you can see their numbers for 21 and 22, and their revenues are coming in, and they've increased their revenues. And keep in mind what I told you when we did the 2-year budget back when we passed the 21 budget, and we showed you 2-year budgets out. That budget had assumed that we were going to pay $1 million subsidy to the parks in this year. But because of their operations, we were able to get that down to 810, so roughly a $200,000 savings to the general fund. So then you
Thank
look
you,
at your.
Cindy.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're very conservative, more than me. Okay, so then you have all of their expenditures, line item by line item, and captured in the cost center that it needs to be captured in. We can go through that as well. So if you keep scrolling down, you will see that 800,021, that's the transfer in. That includes the 750,000 subsidy from the general fund, plus the $50,000 subsidy from the landscaping fund to offset that. And you'll see that again as well as you go. If you reduce it, there's the 810 plus the 50,000. That's the transfer in from those funds. And then they do also the transfer to internal service funds. And I will tell you, we've already used that several times, haven't we? And it has just been huge for the Parks Department. So we're going to continue. One of the ideas behind it is when they budget so conservatively and we come in at the end of the year and we come in so much higher, take the difference and put it to the internal service fund, and it helps them build that internal service fund faster. So when things at the HVAC at the Recplex goes down and equipment failures and all of these things that we expect for them to maintain, they can go to their replacement fund or the internal service fund and have that money so it doesn't affect their operational.
Jamie, refresh my memory, the internal service fund, does that roll over if they don't use all of it? I mean, does it
It keeps building.
It keeps building, they don't
Yes.
have to use it all in the
No.
same year or whatever?
It keeps building. We're encouraging them this year, you won't see that here, but we're encouraging them to budget that. So if they have like a replacement schedule and if they have an idea of what they're gonna need to use it for, if they budget that, then we won't have to do so many budget amendments to adjust for that. You all will approve that expense out of their internal service fund in that given year, and they'll have a little bit more liberty for their operational piece, so. Anyway, that's where that's at, and you can see, we still try to balance, and we balance them as well, and they have a 10% reserve requirement, and so you can see at 2026, the operations go a little bit south, but we are conservative, so I think you'll be fine on that. And if you want to look in detail at their expenditures, we can do that as well. Y'all want to go through that? Or do you want me to keep moving? Keep moving, okay. Tourism. Okay, here's a picture of the tourism. So you'll see, remember, we stopped all extra expenditures out of the tourism. And we did that, I want to say, back really in 2017. That was pre-pandemic. We stopped anything and all capital that we could to try and rebuild that fund. And I think it's been successful, and you can see, if remember, we paid off some debt service. We have one more issue, and that gets paid off in January of '22. And then we have the COPs, which is also in the tourism. And if you look at the projections and the unreserved fund balance, you can see at the end of '21, we're back up to 20 million, 20.1, almost 21 million in the tourism tax. Again, there's been no capital against that, no water sewer infrastructure, no anything really except for debt service and our marketing piece, and that's something that we always do. But now what we would like to do, and what I have programmed in here, and this is for discussion, but that $9 million that you see right there assumes that we pay off that debt in January that we've discussed. It's the 2010B water sewer infrastructure bond issue that gets paid off in January. But that also assumes that we pay off that COP loan next year, first part of next year. And that will save us quite a bit if we pay it off in financing costs. And then what you can say is then the tourism will have no debt against it except for the TIF piece, if you do that. We put it in here so that you could see the effects of it. We're assuming the tourism tax obviously is the one that's growing this year, probably won't grow to the magnitude next year that it did this year, so you can take a look at that. And so we have those accounted for in there. Now that is, again, open for discussion. But there has been a lot of talk about the debt, and so we are really trying to work at what can we do. The TIF bonds, we obviously have some restrictions again, but the COP, it's in there to pay that off, and that last bond issue as well. So, and then you can see the transfer to other funds, and that also includes that transportation transfer out that we showed you on the other side of transportation fund. So as of right now, we have to obviously put in, that also includes, let's go to the expense slide because I want to show them, that also assumes that we are putting back in money for the capital for water sewer. So we also assumed that as well. So again, these are assumptions, but we want to show you. Up here at the very top line, transfer to water sewer capital projects. We have about 2.5 million there. And you'll see that the water sewer has a really great rate scale and a capital scale, and we work on that, we look at it, and they've done a really good job to work on it, and so we kind of have a really good idea as to what tourism needs to pay for out of the water sewer capital, and that's where some of these numbers come from. I apologize, the colors, those are our internal colors on what we know where we did. And so,
Hey, Jamie.
yes, ma'am.
On these dollars on the tourism fund, is this just for the 75% that the city keeps, or does that account for the 25% that goes for the marketing?
On the revenue, are you looking at the
Uh-huh,
revenue
on the
side?
revenue, yeah.
That accounts for everything coming in. And you'll see the marketing piece, like, right?
So the tourism, is that what goes to the chamber
That's
for
the
the
chamber.
marketing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Under the miscellaneous, oh, we're on expenses, I'll stay there.
You want me to go back?
No, you answered the question on the 9 million, paying off the bonds. The two questions I have is under the revenue, under miscellaneous, beginning in '21, is that the 500,000 that the 76 CID is repaying the city?
Yes, that's what that is.
Thank you. And the ending unreserved fund balance, those look like awfully.
Summary. I'm sorry, I was telling her to go back
Okay.
to the summary.
Those look like awfully large numbers.
Well, yeah, it's
To be
building.
sitting in an unreserved fund balance.
Well, it's the fund balance, so if you don't spend it, and we haven't spent it, that balance continues to grow. And so back in 17, if you remember, that was spent and then some. So we stopped everything but debt service against that to try to build that up. And we had debt service, and there's cash restrictions against the debt. So there was bond issues. So some of that was cash restrictions, but when you pay off the bond, then your restrictions are released. And so I will say that they do look large, but I think they're fairly accurate.
And when you
And
say,
we've got them invested too.
when you say that,
Yes, sir.
boy, from 21, going from 14 million to 26 at 40 million, can we put those funds to use?
It's all in your capital, so you can spend it on your capital, which I think all we've got in there right now is water sewer, and then your 500,000 transfer to transportation. So you've got money in the tourism, especially if you get this debt paid off, then you've got some money in there for your capital projects that you have planned for. So say you want to, I'm just throwing stuff out there, but you want a $5 million capital project, you don't have to go and borrow debt against that and pay interest on the debt that you're borrowing for that capital project. You can plan for that, push that to a capital project, put that money in there, and it's accounted for.
What qualifies as capital in this fund? So, for instance, could you build a
Infrastructure.
Fire station, police station?
Buildings, I don't believe qualify. It's road, infrastructures, those kind of things.
One of the things you'll see is
Yes.
we're putting in dual water lines along 76. That will come out of this. It's infrastructure.
Or like what Kendall presented with all the,
Some of that.
That
Some
can
of
come
it,
out of
some
it.
of it can, yeah, correct.
So the expenses for those water lines, for example, the expenses that we have for the 76 project, those expenses are not in here?
I don't believe they are. at
The
this-
76 project expenses for, you mean the CID pays for, are you talking about like the undergrounding and
Yeah,
those kind of
the
things?
water's ours.
Yeah, so the undergrounding, that's been taken care of, but going forward, we don't really have a plan on what's going to happen. So, we talk about in the CID meeting, everything above ground is CID expense,
Sure.
everything below ground. It's not in the cooperative agreement. It's not written there, so there's not really a plan. But as soon as we get a plan, then yes, sir, that's exactly where we will take it from.
It'll be the duct banks, the water
Yes.
lines, underground items along 76.
Yes. We just got to nail that down so we have a document that supports the plan. Does that make sense?
We don't have a plan?
I hate to say that there's not a plan. It gets talked about every month, so I know that they're talking about it.
I know,
but
we can talk about all kinds of stuff, but, so there's really not a plan.
They're working on it. They're putting a strategic plan together, I believe.
Good, there needs to be a strategic plan.
Okay, those are significant dollars. Stan, how can we address that? If there's funds that we are going to spend against this, Are there going to be, I don't know, 10, $20 million of
That's
expenses?
what, quite frankly, what Jamie was talking about, why I keep harping, and I apologize, on the fact that we need a true financial plan from the 76 CID, so we can then incorporate what we need to put in for the duck banks and have our financial plan, and this is where those funds will come from, along with the water lines. And I could ask Kendall today to tell me what they would cost, but he probably couldn't do it until he knows exactly where we're going to go. But because from 76 and the dual water lines, then you're going to finally be able to provide water lines into neighborhoods that currently are underserved or not served at all. And so it is a big number, but we're going to need a big number to offset that so we can have fire hydrants in all of our neighborhoods, because we have some that we don't right now.
Yeah.
So
And we
Kendall, how
shouldn't do
much
it
is it
all
going
at
to cost
once.
us for underground of 76?
I think he was joking.
So originally, we were planning around 15 million, but I'd say that's closer to 20 million to do the water lines on 76.
Just the water line?
Just the water lines. Just the water lines.
15 million? 20 million.
20 million for the water mains.
So what section of 76 does that cover?
So that'd be the remainder of
So
it.
from where to where, I'm sorry?
Okay, so it'd be, so currently, right now, we have from the Ferris wheel to Presley's Theater.
Okay,
So you're talking everything to the west of the Ferris wheel, all the way up to IHOP and
165, yeah.
165 right there, or 376?
Yeah,
376.
And then,
376.
and then from the Ferris wheel, or excuse me, from Presley's Theater down to the Fall Creek intersection, Fall Creek and 76 intersection.
20
That's
million.
replacing water lines?
That's installing new 8-inch lines on each side. 8-inch?
Be 12-inch water
12-inch
mains
on each
on
side.
both sides of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, with some crossings in there.
So the reality is that's a large number we're looking at, but once the project starts, for all of it, it can be spent pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, I don't know, Jamie, we probably need to talk about the water and sewer tourism amount, because actually I had accounted for quite a bit more money in tourism as far as what projects we submitted, but just some thoughts there.
Kendall,
Yeah.
does that include going into the neighborhoods as well? No? Okay. Thank you.
so even though it looks like we've got a lot of money, we got it spent already, right?
Main supply.
Who's in favor of taking that amount and putting it on red?
Well, I was just going to say, you probably shouldn't all do it at one time. We should probably strategically plan it out.
Well, that's the problem that we had before, so, yeah, we all remember those days.
Okay. So just keep in mind, that even includes paying off that debt against the tourism. So that's a good thing.
And how much is that debt? Is it on here?
Let's see, it's like it's a little more than 7 million on the COP. Is it 7.8, I want to say? 7.7 for the COP, and the rest is the last bond issue.
Jimmy,
Okay,
where is the revenues from the 76 CID?
The revenues you mean the tax revenues
Yeah.
coming in? That's on a CID, and that's not included in the city's money or budget. We keep that separately, and we track it separately, and on those financials that we present every month, that's why we present it. The CID is considered a component unit of the city, and you'll see it in a component unit line item in our comprehensive annual reports, but it's not included in our city funds because it's a special tax allocated specifically for the CID.
So the only thing that's shown on here is the repayment from the CID
Yeah, the
to us
reimbursement
for
that they're
where
giving
that
to us.
500,000 starts in 2021.
Yes. Now, we can start adding that report to the Finance Committee. I mean, I think that way y'all can see it. We present it at the CID board meeting on monthly as well. But we can start showing that too, to the Finance Committee as well, if you'd
'Cause
like.
I mean, they're bringing in 4.5 million annually.
They are? Mm-hmm.
Right, that's a number.
Yes.
Okay.
So
that'd be-
that
that'd be-
money just sits there until activity begins?
Yes,
For debt
and-
service or whatever?
And it's accumulating, and they're talking about several things, but, and we did a cash flow report for them going out so that they can see if they do this, here's where their cash is gonna fall, those kind of things.
So
So-
what are they restricted to for use of those funds? Do you know?
It's a sales tax, so it's the same as a sales tax that we would spend for like the general fund, those kind of things. So it's basically
So
a
they can
sales tax
decide
for a
whatever
special
they wanna-
district.
So they
Yes.
can spend it on whatever they want to spend it on?
Based on the approvals that they receive from the board and those kind of things. So, yeah, it's a sales tax, similar for like transportation, police. It's a general sales tax, but for that district. It can only be spent within that approved district.
And can it only be spent on above ground?
No, sir, it can be spent on the
Underground.
project, yes. It was just that you hear in those meetings, this is above ground and this is below ground, but if you actually look at that, a cooperative agreement, it doesn't say above or below in that agreement. So for us, if we're gonna differentiate the cash like that, we've gotta have a document that specifically states that so we can, we can allocate it for that. Does that make
So,
sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some of the CID revenues could go towards to offset Kendall's $20 million water project.
If that's part of the CID district, and that's what the board says, okay, yeah. I mean, depending on what the cooperative agreement says at that time, I would see why not.
Would you
that
see if you
been
can provide us
presented
some
to them?
clarity on that?
I'm sorry?
Would you provide us?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Because, I mean, that's why we asked for some clarity for the cooperative agreement, just so that we have that in place.
So have
We
you
really
shared
need-
that, has that been shared with that group, the CID board?
Yes, and I know they're working on it. They've talked about
Yeah.
it several times.
And Alderman Skanes just recently is really trying to move that along rapidly.
Yes. Okay, can we go to the next fund? Water sewer. Okay, so you will see the water sewer, and this assumes water sewer revenues, your water and your sewer, and then you can see the interest income that we have allocated for them, and then you can see their expenditures. If you'll scroll down, remember this is a proprietary fund. Personnel services, contractual services, commodities, capital, depreciation, and so on. A lot of what we've talked about. The capital dollars that we have allocated in tourism also came, we got those directly from the Water Sewer Department, so those should be fairly accurate, and you can see that here. Now, if you look down at the bottom, the 2022 through 2026, the difference, and this is operational difference. So you can see their operations, again, they don't balance, and that's with taking out the depreciation. So if you don't consider the depreciation in your expense, you still have an operational difference of $190,000, 172, 183, all the way across the board. And so we have to look at that, and we have to look at accounting for that too. And that's the same discussion that we have with the general fund and all of those is operationally, we're still out of balance here. Okay?
Why the 2021 projected charge for water was 4.5, and then in 2022, it drops back down to 2.9. Was there something,
I'm sorry, will you scroll up, Stacy?
because 2020 was over 4 million, this year's over 4 million, then next year, we dropped that off quite a bit.
Are you, I'm sorry, you're looking at the
Charges for-
water line,
Well,
2020?
charge for service is water at the top,
Okay.
under revenues.
Okay, well, that was actual, the 2021 budget was created prior to where we knew actual was going to come in at. So the 2021 budget was created during the pandemic, so we were extremely conservative. If you look at the projected 2021 versus the 2020 actual, you can see that we're going to do much better than budget and even better than actual.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying on 2022,
It drops off 1.5
Oh,
million.
I'm sorry, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure, so let's go to the spreadsheet, Stace.
I just didn't know if there was something unique about this year that caused that to spike, or why we didn't.
It's a good
account for that
question.
next year.
I honestly, I cannot remember, or I'm not sure, so let's look at it. No, I can't answer that question right now. Will you go in, will you click on that? I don't know if that's a formula or not, it should be. The projections, we upped that because that's where we're sitting. So we went back through and upped that. So I'm not sure why the 22 is like that, but I will go back in and look at that. I would assume, based on water rates, we would consider the water rate increases, and I think we already have an idea for that. So we need to go back in and put that in there, and we should be able to adjust that. Those 22 budget goes back to 2020 actuals. So we need to go back in and adjust that. So what I would assume, your consumption was up, and because of 2021 is an anomaly, you'll see that increase if we put the water sewer rate increases in there. Yeah, go ahead.
So we can go back to that first sheet. The actual budget sheet, there you go. So that $4.5 million, I think, Jamie, that's including your penalties and interest. So we don't base our model off of that, because that penalties and interest are usually wrote off at the end of the year because we never capture that amount. So that's why you'll see your 2022 budget is much lower. So actually, you're projected for 2021, we're projecting to come out at around that 2.9 million for 2021. So
So
that,
that 2021
That's
numbers.
assuming we have to write that off.
yeah.
That would be assumption.
What is it that we're writing off?
So, go ahead, Jamie.
Oh, that would be your penalties and interest. So we have one agreement with American Water, and then we have working on another agreement with Public Water District, which is your sewer agreement. But we don't have any way to turn off service, sewer, for a large portion of the city. So we have no way to collect on the money that's not being paid. Does that make sense? So we can put in penalties and interest against those customers for not paying their sewer bill, but we have no contractual obligation that will allow us to turn off that service. So they'll still have sewer service without paying their bills. So then what happens is the penalties and the interest compound monthly and annually, and those build up. And we have, for a portion, it's Public Water District number 3, for that portion, we are working on it. It's just not done yet. So we don't have any way to hold their feet to the fire to pay that bill, so to speak. So if at the end, we typically, when we do the annual, the financial report, the comprehensive annual financial report, we have to assume collections are real. If they're not real, we have to, anything past 90 days that we have not collected, we have to write those off. So what he was saying was, that projected revenue, that's actual revenue coming in, assuming we don't have to write it off. So I know where he was talking about with that. So if we do have to write it off, it'll be much less because it's not actual revenue that we will have collected.
So 2020's, which is audited and final.
Yes.
So then you collected all.
Yes.
That is a real number.
It is.
4 million.
That one is a real number. That's why I think there's more than just penalties and interest wrapped up in that. We did not account for a % increase in that. But what we're going to do is we'll take a look at it, and we'll get back to you on the 30th, and we'll show you the adjustments we've made and why. It's a good question. Thank you.
Okay, so as you do that, boy, that's, I mean, it's such a large, I mean, it's a large dollar amount, so it's worth talking about. 4 million actually came in 2020.
Yes.
we were projecting 4.5 in 2021.
Yes.
That, the budget number of 2.8 million, that was done,
That was done during the COVID year when we
COVID,
didn't know
right.
what to anticipate.
but that 2021 projected number of 4.5, that was done,
That's done now, and if you go back to the, let's go back to the revenue spreadsheet, please.
so as of now, we are anticipating the 4.5 million.
So what Kendall was talking about is you see that line item that says 1.2 million in projections? That's what he's talking about with the, but if you look at it, we actually were able to collect a majority of that in 2020. Those are real audited numbers. 2021, we're not sure if we're going to be able to collect that or not.
So let's, if we can, let's discuss that. If we were able to collect it in 20, what happened to cause us not to be able to collect the 1.2 million the following year, this year?
Well, that's a good question. That's not one I can answer right now. I'll have to look at it and get back to you on that. It's a good question. I know that we have to write off, and we have policies where we have to write it off, but I'm not 100% certain, so I'll look at it and get back with you on
Are
that.
these all Water District number 3?
The ones that we have to write off are, with the other area, the American Water, we actually have agreement to where they'll shut off the electricity. We have an agreement with them for that, and so we do have an avenue of collection for them. The Public Water District number 3 right now, it's a little bit more complicated, so we don't have that done quite yet, but I know it's being worked on. I've seen several drafts, so.
Okay.
But it's a good question, and I know that we will resolve that, so let's keep going.
One more question, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Does this number, the water service number, does that show up in the, that's not in the general fund, right, since that's a,
This is, right, this is just the water
it's
sewer
proprietary
fund, operationally. Yes. That would be good thought, but yes. And you'll see on the September 30th meeting, of which y'all will be at, and the rest of the board, everybody will be at, you will also see after the budget's done, then as we do typically, the water rates are presented, and you'll see that model that the water sewer maintains, and he'll walk you through it. It's a pretty good model.
Hey, Jamie, on the transfers from other funds, the 4.5 actual,
Yes.
where was that from, and why is there no other, why are there no other transfers listed for the other years?
Those are capital projects. Those were
Transfer from
capital
other
projects.
funds. So
Mhm.
these are capital projects?
Yes.
And this is what we know?
Yes.
And we don't know the other?
Yes,
and that's
those
why
are
I said-
actual,
okay,
yes.
Okay.
We typically, we don't, and that's non-cash, and that's your assets. So when a capital project is done, because it's proprietary, you have to roll it over, capitalize it. That's what that is
All right,
from.
I
We
wanted
only
to make
do
sure
that-
that's what it was, so.
We only do that annually at the end of the year when we capitalize those projects and put them into service.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any more questions there? So the overall idea, and I think that was the last fund, so the overall idea behind this discussion today is you saw some funds that were operationally not balanced and not manageable as we have them right now. And so we've been discussing that throughout the day. Some of our funds are healthier, and that was strictly because most of those are infrastructure related, and we cut all of that. So thank goodness that those are going to be healthier. But what are some solutions, and then what? So we like to say, we've got all this information, and then what? What do we do with this information, and what are the solutions behind it? So this is a good time for that discussion now. You want to do that right now? Okay,
Before we do, just a few more questions.
sure.
So we're showing a shortfall, taking out depreciation, we're showing a shortfall, 22 through 26 of 200,000 a year. Is that come from the general fund? I mean, what covers that shortfall?
No, the water sewer won't cover that shortfall. Right now, if you have a operational deficiency, it'll come from the reserve. So the reserve is what you have to use to balance that. So what you will, now, remember on the water sewer fund reserve, remember this, a majority of that is assets. Okay, so I say that a lot, but it does draw some confusion because it's a proprietary fund. But a majority of that is assets and it's non-cash, okay?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's something that I really think we need to be provided is, because obviously those are huge numbers. So how much of that is actual hard assets and how much is liquid?
Well, in the comprehensive annual financial report, and I looked at that yesterday, so I don't want to tell you wrong, but I believe there's around, as of the end of 2020, around 9 million cash, I believe. But why don't I will send out the page number that it's on in the comprehensive annual financial report. It's on the net position for the water sewer fund. And it'll show you, and what you'll see there is you'll see invested in capital, net of related debt, and that'll be your asset. And then you'll see the unrestricted, which means the available for spend, right down below that. And those two combined will show you your balance.
And this fund does or does not require a reserve?
It does. It requires a 20% reserve.
And that 20% reserve, is that liquid?
That 20% reserve would be the same as the other reserves. We use that, so it will be the amount that we set aside for the reserve. So yes, it should be, and we invest that. Is that what
So-
you were asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think in all the funds, when we look at a reserve number, that's not assets, right? That's cash.
Right, only this one, because governmental funds, you don't record the assets, proprietary funds you do, and that's why you're gonna see it. And that's why you see, when we capitalize a project and we put it into service, you roll it over and you see that capitalization of the asset. That's where that comes from.
Okay, so you'll provide that to us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll send out the page number and the link too, so y'all can get to it pretty easy.
So that concludes all of your reports?
That concludes the summaries and the detail that we've looked at for the budget. So the next things are, we have those final scores that we did, the capital request, remember the peer review we went through, and the final scores, and they did not change very much from what y'all gave, if any. I don't believe they did, so we can look at that. Or is this the time now to have some of those discussions on, we know we've got the general fund operationally that needs some work. And we know we have the water sewer operationally that does need some work. And so tourism and transportation, as of right now, they are okay, and parks is okay. So the big thing is your public safety funds, and those two major items that we talked about earlier, your general fund and your water sewer fund, so operationally. So do you want to go through the final scores for the capital, or do you want to have that discussion?
Well, the question I just had on those is, those that we ranked by priority, none of those figures are in anything we just saw, is that correct? Those would be in addition to?
No, when we did the capital expenditures down below the reserve where it said the 30% reserve, the available for capital, and we gave an amount that was capital expenditures, that'll be the amount by fund that we assumed you're gonna spend on capital. And so then you just go and the department heads have their scores and what's a priority in the terms of those dollars that they can spend.
Okay,
So we have accounted for capital expenditures in those funds.
so there's 4 rankings, right?
Yes.
I don't think you're saying that all items, all 4 rankings are figured in this.
Right, that is correct.
So you figured in all the number ones?
Well, we figured in, here's how much we think we can safely spend on capital. Now, the idea is, here's your capital requests and your final scores. Last year, if you remember, we went through and we said, okay, the general fund has, I think it was less than 500,000. We have like 500,000 to spend. Now, how are we going to allocate those dollars? Okay, and so that's kind of what we did this year, except for we're bringing you the final scores, and we sent the final scores out to the departments so that if y'all are good with the amount of capital that we have allocated in those funds, we allow the departments to prioritize their capital based on the money that we have assumed. That was the only difference.
So if I'm reading this right, the capital expenditure that we've allocated for the priority-based budgeting is 150,000, is that correct?
In what fund are you looking?
Transportation.
That, yes, that would be true. It would be under your, that's general fund. Give me one sec. Yes, for 2021, and you can see 300,000 for 2022. Their capital requests that y'all all scored were 2022 capital requests. If you remember, last year, we didn't put any capital in 2021, but the idea was exactly what Stan was talking about earlier. We wanted to come mid-year after the audit, do a reevaluation, and free up some capital for 2021. And that's where I'm going to be speaking about at the next study session next week, so that you can see for 2021, we're recommending we free up 150,000 capital this year to get done, but next year for budget for transportation fund, we are recommending that they spend 300,000 for capital. The idea behind that is now that they've got the scores, then the departments go back in and say, okay, if you've got 300,000 of capital to spend out of this fund, you prioritize your capital because they know better based on the scores and the PBB scores what better is a priority for their department. That was the idea behind that. So we're saying $300,000 is what is comfortable for spending that. And then we go and tell Keith, okay, 300,000 out of the transportation fund, you've got your PBB scores. What do you want to fund out of that? Does that make sense? Am I making myself clear? Okay.
Yeah, I guess I was looking at it another way. Would you be able to provide the board, if you totaled up all number one priorities,
Okay,
what that figure would be?
yes,
And then maybe all number two priorities?
yes.
I can't imagine in this year we're going to get to the 3s and 4s, but.
Or should we even ever get to the 3s and 4s? That would be another discussion, just saying.
I'm telling you, if we put it on red.
Because, you know, the 4s are ones that don't score,
Yeah,
they're not achievable.
but I think, so one way is, here's how much we think we should put up towards it. When we went through the priority-based budgeting, if it was a 1, it was extremely important. So I
Yes.
think it would be good to know what dollar amount are we, as this board, considering a number one highest priority?
Yes, absolutely, and all I'd have to do is go in and insert a line and total it, because we have it sorted by 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, so it wouldn't take me any time to do that, no problem. And I can send that out in an email, and I send your page number for the comprehensive report. I'll send it to you all in an email so that you can go and take a look at it.
Most of the 4s are vehicle replacements.
Yes.
And so, I mean, I know that they're not urgent, but I mean, realistically, at some point, when the wheels fall off, they gotta be replaced, you know, if they're really
But not
necessary,
until
whatever.
they
But they
fall
don't have to, but not until they fall off or all the paint's gone or whatever. But that's what most of the 4s are
Kendall, you
anyway,
can,
so.
Keith, you guys can push your trucks, right?
Well, and that's another discussion on vehicles. Do you do a pool vehicle, or, I mean, there's all
Yeah.
kinds of discussions that follow that. So, that's great, yes.
Well, don't some of those eventually get funded anyway through your process where you allocate those dollars?
They will get funded if they're approved through the budget process, so it'll all be about the capital and how it scores and if it gets funded or not, if it's approved. But, right, some of those vehicles, sometimes we have to do emergencies on vehicles that just trash out on us, and
mean, I've
it's a needed.
remembered us having to do that
yes,
in the past, so.
absolutely, yeah.
Coming off of a pandemic year, if we can get another year or two out of a vehicle, I mean, that's,
Yes, that's, yeah. And that enterprise lease has helped. It's starting to rotate and keep our vehicles newer, and I think it helps quite a bit.
So wouldn't the lease come through the internal service fund, though? It's
Yes,
part
it
of the
does.
avenue.
The entire cost of the vehicle comes
Will
out of their
always
it comes out the year that it's approved, and then we move it to the internal service fund and manage those 3 to 5 year leases
Okay.
out of that, so it doesn't affect them year over year. Yeah.
Jimmy?
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you said something earlier about the two funds needing the most work are the general fund and the water sewer fund, right?
Public safety funds as well. I would say
Well-
all 4 of those, yeah.
Okay. On the water sewer fund, I'm by no means trying
Go
to tell you how
ahead.
to do your job.
Yeah.
Those numbers those projections just don't seem to quite add up, because if you even raise that number even remotely close to what we're seeing this year, that effectively eliminates that deficit, just the quick math I did. And so I'd like to look at that one again.
Sure.
And maybe we could look at that at the study
Well-
session next week. And at least maybe take one off the plate of.
And what we'll do is we'll talk about it, because honestly, I'm not 100% sure why, so I don't want to speak about it, but what we'll do is, we'll talk about it. If it needs to be revised, we'll revise and send it back out in the package that we send out for the board meeting, because essentially what we send out for the board is the summaries, and behind those summaries is the line item detail. And we do that for every fund so that you can see that. And then I will address it in the email so you know where to go to look for it, if that's good for you.
Absolutely, because I think
Yeah.
even on this year, if you factor out, if we collected no penalties and interest, I think it was still 3.3
You take out the
million.
1.2.
Right,
Yeah,
it's
I
still
think the
3.3.
3.3 is accurate,
Right.
yes.
And then if you look at 2020.
Yeah.
We still brought in 4 and only had
Yes,
to write off.
that's right.
We still collect over
Yep.
$1 million in penalties and interest. So at least with respect to that fund, it seems like there's an area of opportunity to maybe improve that budget.
We did not put, we didn't anticipate, and I saw that very quickly, we didn't anticipate a rate increase for water or sewer in either one of those, and so we need to go back in and adjust that as well.
and Jamie, wasn't consumption down? I think I remember a
Yes.
report down in 2020. I mean, because our town was shut down. There were no
Consumption
hotels and
was
all that
down,
stuff.
yes, mhm.
So if
It has
we're
gone
looking at
back up.
actual audited numbers for
Yes.
2020, that was in a down year when consumption was way down.
That's correct.
So, it does
Yes,
need to be looked
yeah, there's definitely an anomaly there, so I'll take a look at it, we'll adjust it, for sure.
So for clarification, though, so in future years, based on the matrix that we've seen before for increases for water and sewer?
Yes.
That is not embedded anywhere in?
No, the rates, they're not assumed in these
Assumed,
numbers,
okay.
correct?
So there is some avenue if we find ourselves.
The rate, yes, there was rates increases in 2020, and 2021, there was nothing assumed in 2022, so I know that's something we need to fix. Sure. So for this discussion, maybe we just focus on general fund and public safety. How about that? Because obviously, water, we can adjust and fix for that. So we'll focus on the public safety and general fund. So what's y'all's discussion?
But I would like to,
If I could backtrack just a second on these, on the core scorings, or quartile scorings, so there's no even possible way to get an idea of the number of ones and twos that may or may not end up being funded based on the criteria that you just shared with us.
Will you say that again?
Okay, we have, let's say, X number of number ones and X number of number twos.
Yes.
We have no way of knowing how many of those will be funded now based on the criteria that you just laid out. Because it's going to be tied to dollars and cents.
Yes,
And which-
and you will
Which department
have
chooses
that.
which project.
Yes, but we have it also sorted by department and by fund too. So you will see all of that on that special budget meeting on the 30th. So we always go through the capital and the scoring of the capital, and that is coming and it would be included in our magazine and all of that when we do that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So for the discussion, I'm sorry, we got, 35 minutes or something. So for the discussion, we've got the general fund, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier, and then we have the police and the fire. And we talked about that the fire station, we would love to pay cash for that building, and we talked about how we were going to do that. And then we talked about one of the issues that we see in the future is being able to staff that fire department. So that's something that is certainly up for discussion, obviously. And then on the police side, it's the opposite, really. It's when we put in the debt service for the building, what we're up against, and what are some decisions that we can make for that as well. And then y'all talked about the pay scale all the way across the board. And we talked about the report that I'm going to do that shows you what is actual getting from A to B if we adjust our pay scale like the whole world is having to do right now. What does that look like for us, and how do we get there? So that report I'm going to bring to you all as well, and we'll be working on that first part of next week. So for the general fund, I think you have, that one is a little bit trickier because you don't have any large gotcha moments in that, because the expenditures we've made the adjustments that we need to make, and we're still about 430,000 in for 22 offset out of balance. So that's a discussion too on its own. So you've got the police and you've got the fire, and then you've got the general fund. So
Mayor offered to cut his salary, which will help with that mayor and board.
Well, I
line
just
item.
cut half of it, it'll cover the problem.
So just as a place to start or whatever, so, and you mentioned it first or whatever, but what was it, $2 million if we paid for the building without financing? Cash for the fire station?
the fire station, actually, I have in there 1.5 this year, 1.5 next year, and 500,000, so it's about
Okay, so the
3.5
total,
million.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
So I guess, is that something that if you wanted to borrow money or some portion of money, would that be private? To go out
You
and
would
borrow
have to
that?
do the
Yeah.
private on police or fire.
Yeah.
So if you did that, it would theoretically, in the short term, free up some funds to be used, because now you're gonna spread your debt service out and you'd have to calculate all that. But is there any advantage to that? Is that something you would want to at least contemplate and see if there's any advantage?
For fire, I would say that since we have that 1.5 coming out of the reserve, which is your one-time monies, debt service becomes an operational expense. So then you'd have to look at what it would do operationally balancing, because then if we can do it out of your one-time monies, that makes more sense, and you're not paying money to borrow money. And it's going to increase your cost, because on a $3.5 million, you're going to pay quite a bit more for that. So that would just be my recommendation. If we could pay cash for it, and try to work out the issue of the staffing. That way you don't have the debt service and the staffing problem on top of each other. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
Hey, Jamie, approximately how much is the debt service on the police station
The-
annually?
What has been assumed is the debt service is like $900,000 annually. It's a little bit more than that. I don't remember the change, but it's roughly around that.
How much is the cost of the build?
The cost is, I think we did a 13 million over 20 years. And we have tousled around with that, 10 million, 13 million. But we sent that to our financial advisor so that it wasn't just an Excel amortization schedule, so that he could put the going rates of the market and those kind of things in there. That's where that debt service came from.
And then what's the cost on the fire station?
I have 3.5 million in there, and I have that over 2021, 2022, and 2023 paying off the rest. So I have 1.5 in 21, 1.5 in 22, and 500,000 in 23.
Ted, is that 3.5 million going to get you where you need to be?
When we did the initial spatial needs assessments and did some estimating, we looked at $3 million. Also have some comparables out of the Kansas City area that are relatively new in that same amount. So we asked to go up to the 3.5 million because of today's economy and construction costs. So we're hoping we can stay within that budget amount.
Not hopeful.
about-
This is not to exceed.
At a square footage of not to exceed 11,000 square feet.
Very nice. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions?
So what's the backup plan if it does go over budget?
Well, they'll have to cut something, go down to 10,000 square feet or something.
No fire hoses.
I mean, if you have a house budget and you say you have $200,000 for a house, you don't spend $300,000 just because of that. You just start chopping away at the great stuff that you had put in there, right? I mean, that's kind of the idea.
I don't know, I mean, I've seen some that's not the way it's gone, so just wanted to
I
make sure.
know,
Uh-huh.
that would stress me out.
Go ahead, Ted.
Jamie has a history of being a very conservative person, and I'm probably right behind her. So we're pretty committed to building a big house and a big garage, and we've told the architectural firm, the initial one that was hired, and we will tell this next firm that you all choose to hire, that they are not building a building that would be an award-winning, magazine, photographed, high-end. It will be functional for the needs of our community. That's my commitment.
Square vinyl sided building. No windows.
No windows.
Okay, one window.
Okay.
There goes the budget right there.
And the other discussion on the police side is you can look at doing that as well. You know, if you think, oh, well, it's not going to be 13 million, we're going to get it down to 10, then that reduces your debt service as well. So you've got that discussion to play with too.
So question on how you roll the fund. This is obviously more money than we're spending today. Does it come out of the general fund, or does it come out of the public safety fund, and the general fund kicks in more money to offset the safety fund?
So the answer is no, the general fund doesn't kick in more money. So are you asking for the police side or the fire side?
Yeah.
The fire side, the idea behind it is if we pay cash for the fire station, they're okay because it's one-time money. It's the operational expense of adding those additional employees to staff that fire station, so that would increase their operational cost. On the police side, that is your one-time expenditure. So what you could do is you could just look at reducing the amount you're going to spend for that building, which therefore reduces your debt service, and that would come out of the public safety sales tax.
But in the police standpoint, you're just moving staff and all over, so you don't really have a additional labor cost, right?
I believe that's the case. Yes. So it's kind of, you got one picture here and then another picture there, so different funds.
So if you go after the 50K or the 500,000 for the use tax, can that go directly to safety and public if you get that, or does it have to go to general fund?
It'll be broken down proportionately. So you have 1% general fund, 0.5% transportation, and 0.5% public safety.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Any ideas on the general fund?
I have lots of ideas.
Well, let's hear some.
I was talking to the mayor about, I mean, I know you threw out a number, I think 45,000 under that mayor and board category for the conference. I mean, that's a pretty hard pill to swallow. If we're 400,000 short or 430, that's 10% of that. I mean, we did without it in 2020. We've done it without it this year. I mean, that right there is 10% of your budget shortfall. So my opinion would be let's maybe look at some opportunities like that where it's is it important? Is it something, we'd love to be able to do or have that option? Generally speaking, yeah, that maybe, but is it also something we've done without for 2 years and the city's still standing? Yeah, I think the answer to that is yes as well. So I would just say, is there anything like that where we could maybe trim the fat a little bit and dial that budget back or that line item back and then, just start taking away, not cutting services, not broad cuts, but are there just little things like that, minor adjustments, changing the way we've maybe historically done things to where that helps, would just be my thought.
Yeah, it's a good thought. We've done a lot of that, but like I said, you keep in mind that reduced no social services, no 10,000 to the airport, reducing the health department, all of those things. But that 45,000, you're right. And remember, I said that we just got the convention center numbers in, and I had a $533,000 loss, and they were able to go back and reduce it to, I believe it's 476,000. So you're going to be able to drop it even more by 50,000. So
You're at $100,000.
yes,
right there.
absolutely.
And
So you think about those
it
things.
seems to me like we could, and I know you have done a remarkable job with this. I don't want to suggest otherwise. I appreciate you presenting all this and helping us understand it. I just think we're so close and we're closing that gap, and you've
We
closed
are.
it 800,000 already.
Yes.
There are just a few more things where we could do something like the conference and, hopefully the convention center numbers hold true. And, again, that's 25% of the budget deficit right there.
So I would like to throw this out there that there's that discussion of increasing our revenues. And so we do have fees out there that are not at 90% of our cost. And if we could look at that, we used to do that on a 3-year rotation. Some of you have been on the finance committee for a long time. Remember that we used to take a look at our fees and we would bring them in so it wasn't such a huge increase to the public. We would, okay, we need to be here, so we're going to increase these fees over a 3-year period, just so that you know about it. And so that's one of the things that I would suggest. It would go a long way to help closing our gap, and it would allow us to not have to go in and take too deep of cuts in our expenditures. But that's just one idea. So we can keep looking at those things, and certainly we'll give it another pass.
I think, it's obviously unrealistic to keep
Yes.
expenses down. I mean, everything's going up, costs
Yes.
are going up, but one thing we're not seeing, and based on your projections, revenue's just not going up
Right.
unless we do something different.
That's
So I
very
think
true.
we'd be foolish to ignore opportunities to increase that. I don't know what we need to do for the use tax, but that one right there just seems like just an easy one. I mean,
We
it's
have to get
just-
it on the ballot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to get it passed.
Yeah.
And then we have to time it strategically so that it's not conflicting with our other tax
Transportation
that's
tax.
coming up for renewal,
That's right.
so that people do not get them confused.
But it's not a new tax, right? My understanding is it's us just collecting money that the state's already
Online.
collecting from these online purchases. So it wouldn't be a new tax that somebody's paying, it's just a way for us to recoup that.
Correct.
So why
It's
we're
in the
not doing that is
messaging.
just- yeah.
Yes.
So, but there's a lot of misunderstanding
Yeah.
about it out in the public, and so that's why education, timing, and everything is very important, and we do it right, so that we can get it passed. There's lots of things we can look at. I think, we've got to figure out how to get 2022, budget fixed, but let's start working on a plan of being more forward-thinking in planning and strategic than just have to come in every year and go, oh my gosh, we're short. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna cut? We have got to, as leaders in our community, we have got to sit down, work with you, your department, and we have got to, make probably some tough decisions and look at things pretty hard, but we need to figure out how to get ourselves out of this mess so that we're not sitting here again 5 years from now having the same conversation. It won't be me, probably won't be Larry, probably won't be any of us here, but somebody will be sitting here having this same conversation if we don't do something to change the way things are done now. And so, again, we've got to address what's right in front of us, and we've got to get that figured out. but then we need to sit down and we need to talk about, here are the things that we need to do, here's what we can do, here's how we can generate more revenue, here's how we can cut some more bottom line, whatever, but so that we don't keep talking about this, so that those lines are going in the right direction, right? So that
100%.
revenues exceeding expenditures. So, I hope that we can do that.
Absolutely, I would love
And,
that.
So,
Well, and I think too, that once we get ourselves in a position where we kind of work through what the possibilities are for maybe the what do they refer to as the low-hanging fruit? Whether it's
Yes.
use tax, fees and stuff. So then, what does it look like just to run the scenarios of what's it gonna take revenue-wise and tax dollars to be impactful for future years, near term, and then long term? I mean, what's that look like?
Well, it goes back to, I think, what Larry was asking earlier for a roadmap, kind of how much is it going to cost us to get from point A to point B? So let me think about that. We'll put our heads together, because I think if I'm going to present the report anyway, it'll take me a few days, but if we're going to present that report anyway, we look at, okay, keeping everything else consistent, is 3% real anymore? Okay, no, probably not, 5%. Okay, so we'll adjust the expenditures by 5%. We'll try to throw in that increasing of the pay scale as well to see what our true expenditure costs are without keeping things so low. But then we'll come back in and we'll suggest, here's what our revenue needs to be to offset these jumps in expenditures. Would that be helpful? Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Because we'll assume those expenditure increases that has been requested today, but then we'll also show you where the revenue needs to be by fund in order to get us there.
because none of us in business, unless we know what we need to make, I mean, what do you shoot for? You know, I mean, it's
Correct.
great to say, well, let's just get all we can get, but we've got to have a plan, a roadmap, and we need to have it by year so that we can do some planning and some strategic thinking about how do we meet those revenue dollars? What do we need to do? What do we need to change? Because if we don't change anything, we're going to keep getting the same thing over and over and over again. And we know that costs never go down, they always go up. And so figuring out, but if you can put that together so that we know in 2023, this is what, for us to exceed our expenses, this is what we need, revenue we need to generate, I think we can put a plan together for that.
We'll do that over the same 5 years that we've recommended today, and we'll show it to you. You just have to understand, those were assumptions. We'll show you what the assumptions are, and then it'll be revenues needed, but not accounted for, right?
No, I mean,
Okay.
you can't do
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but we can't put together a plan
Correct.
unless we know what we need.
Okay, so there'll be a line there that'll say revenues needed but not accounted for. That way y'all will see that one line that we need to go after, right? Yes.
Jamie,
Yes, sir.
would you call that one line, just for me, call it voodoo?
No, sir. Nobody will take me seriously if I did that.
Okay. I know we're spending a lot of effort trying to fix the 2022 shortfall so we can budget. What I've heard from Pam, and what I believe firmly, is I think we need to stop kicking this can down the road.
Amen.
At the beginning of this meeting, we all acknowledged this is not sustainable. For the last 10 and 15 years, it has not been sustainable. So I'm going to be very disappointed if we end up addressing 2022 and kicking this can down the road. Because every year it's just getting worse. I think what we need is a paradigm shift. I know what we've been doing. Sometimes it's hard to grasp. Here's what we've been doing, and have that paradigm shift to say, we need to wash that and what's realistic. I think we need to start putting in realistic numbers. And I also agree with Pam, we need to know what we're shooting for. And sitting here today, I don't think we're not close to know what we're shooting for. I think some of our budget numbers, we need to go back in, and we can't have $0, right, in future years for expenses. And there's quite a few that we need to plug some realistic numbers in. I don't know the solution, but I guess I'm just looking at the big rocks. I agree with Cody. If we had another alderman here, we could vote and take out the 45,000. We probably have to put that on our agenda, but that's,
Well, actually, on the 30th is when you will be able to do that.
we'd like to do that.
Yeah, and I apologize, we cut training and travel for every department, but I didn't think it was appropriate to cut your alls. I thought we should ask you.
You agree, don't you, Ruth? Yeah, so I'm not sitting here, I know every $45,000 counts, don't get me wrong. I mean, every $10,000 counts right now. But I think we're looking at bigger issues.
I completely agree with you, and that is one of the reasons why we put in the priority-based budgeting model several years ago, is so we would quit kicking the can down the road and do that, and use the decision-making model to what makes sense for our community. And we go through that process, and we have those programs, and we have them allocated for. The most important and last step that needs to be is at the decision-making role, we say, okay, where does this fall? Is if we keep passing things that I'll say, that score a 4, which means don't do anything to achieve the goals of this community and run really low and they're not mandated. If we pass those things and then we don't have money to do the number ones that are really, really important. And I 100,000% agree with you that it's got to be a change, and that's why we went through all the work to try to do that. Some of you that helped me instill that, y'all remember when we were walking through that. So if you no longer like that PBB, that decision model, that process, and you want us to do something different, then we just need to know, because that is a lot of work on not just our staff, but the departments. Otherwise, I would say, what if we give it a shot and use it? We've already got it, and it's already scored. What if we, and I'm not, what if we say when we make these big purchase decisions, or when we look at the budget, Jamie, what's in there that scores less than a 2? And are those programs that are mandated? And if they're not mandated, do we consider getting rid of those and reallocating those dollars to wage increases, things that are more important, that do meet the needs of our community? So I love the direction and the conversation that this is going, so you all just let me know what you think.
Okay, here's some points at 10,000 feet. And some of this will be just a recap of what we've discussed. But here's statements, if I was putting a budget together, here are statements that don't make any sense to me to reach a true balanced budget. Our tax increases are less than inflation. Our tourism tax revenue is less than inflation. Yeah, this isn't anything new. They've been this way for 10, 15 years. So we can't keep, I know the community just voted and approved $92 million infrastructure debt, bonding capacity?
Bonding capacity, yes.
Bonding capacity.
Correct.
We can't keep borrowing our way out of this, right?
That will never work, trust me.
Well, we've tried. So,
Which is why we're here.
which is why we're here today. And, it'd be too easy for us just to pass something to get us through 2022 and Some of us won't be here on the board in 2023, the next election. Yeah. So we have a much bigger problem than that 1.2 million that we talked about, and now it's 400,000.
We're still required to pass a budget though, right?
Yes,
I mean, I think part of
Yeah.
it's, we don't have a choice.
yes.
That's correct.
Words of wisdom from Alderman Fenton. When I look at the big rocks, and I'm going to say a couple very unpopular things right now. When I look at the big rocks, meaning what are the large items that affect our budget? First thing I go to is our payroll expense. Included in that, we've all had several meetings now with HR about the benefits and the insurance. Insurance is about 3.7 million a year, not insurance, the insurance, 3.7 million a year. We have gone from a $9 million payroll 5 years ago to a $14 million payroll today. Annual payroll. That's $5 million. I am not going to sit here and suggest that the employees that we have at the city, every one of them does great at whatever their tasks are. I think a fair question to ask is, have we crossed over from needs to wants? I don't know, and I know you haven't had time to put that report I was asking about.
It's
Payroll.
being worked on, yes.
Yeah, and I know it's lengthy, and I'm patient with that. But one question is, if our payroll has increased 55% over 5 years, and we know what our revenues have done and blah, 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 it bothers me, I think it bothers everybody on the HR committee when we go through the benefits line item by line item and, what's that gonna cost and how's that gonna affect the employee? I mean, that's painful, that's painful. So something I'd like to consider is, when I look at these payroll numbers, obviously that is not just pay increases, it's not just employee benefits.
There's a lot of new staff in those years, too.
A lot of new
Consider
staff.
that.
So the new staff, the services that this city provides our community, are there services that we're currently doing that we've added on in the last 5 years? Are there things that we're providing that are nice to have, or are they needed? So in a nutshell, I want to take care of our people. Like I said, it is painful in these HR meetings. Every time we talk about, well, let's not pay as much for dependents, or let's not do it's costing every employee more money out of their pocket, right? And we've talked earlier, cost of everything is going up, right? Their pay is not keeping up with the cost of everything else increasing. So let's, as a city, let's add on more costs. That's painful. I would like us to seriously look at our head counts in each department. In your department, my department, maybe we can get rid of a couple of board members. That'll save $40 a month. That's $500 a year right there. If we could look at head counts and then ask the question, not is that person doing a good job? The question is, are each one of those needed? Are they really necessary, or are they nice to have? If I'm not mistaken, 52% of our budget is payroll.
That's pretty close. It's
Okay.
55,
So out of
I
the
believe.
$20 million, 52% of that is payroll. That is obviously, clearly the big rock. Will these be tough decisions? Absolutely. When I look at, for the last 10, 15 years, what? Something I said? I think so. Cody left me. Sure, it gets hot in the kitchen, Alderman Fenton leaves. I know these are tough decisions. I know these are tough discussions. I would like to think this board and our current Board of Aldermen would be responsible to stop kicking the can and start making some tough decisions. I know what I just said is not going to be popular. When I look at 52% of a $20 million budget, that's, I mean, if there's room to move, that's where I think we need to pay some attention to.
And the one thing that I would just remind you is for our salaries is there are positions that pay for themselves. So you've got to remember that.
Let's get more of those.
Yes, when you're looking at that, you need to remember certain departments bring in money.
No, I'm good with all that.
And so you don't want to start chopping that away because then you chop away the revenue at the same time.
That would be silly.
Yes.
To remove any kind of revenues.
Yes, I think we need to look at, you know, who is generating the revenue to cover the costs of their departments. I think that's very important. I think another thing is that, you know, right now, you know, we're not a very big city, but we have a lot of visitors. And so, you know, a typical city our size could probably get by on a smaller head count and payroll, but because we have, you know, millions of visitors coming to our, it takes resources to make sure our streets and our parks and everything is taken care of and kept up so that the perception of our visitors and our citizens know that we are taking care of our community. So I think we have to think about those things as well. But I think Larry's right. We got to look at everything and make tough decisions. But I think we need to look not just at head count or payroll. I think we need to look at what's the role and, you know, how does that contribute back
You bet.
to our community.
I'm going to bring up another unpopular one, and I'm glad Mary Kellogg's here, so she can hear it straight from me. Love you, Mary. Here again, looking at big rocks over the past, and that's where I started looking is, how did we get to where we are today? I don't know the answer to this one, and I'm missing one number, but generally speaking, our tourism tax revenue that we've been bringing in since the tourism tax was passed, and I don't know the numbers, please don't, these numbers, for example. Before we passed the tourism tax, I believe our entire marketing budget was around 3 to 4 million. I think that'll be relatively close. After the first year we passed and implemented the tourism tax, I think our tourism tax number went to 8 million or something, give or take. Today, forget COVID, today our tourism tax revenue is about 12 million. So when we go back to tourism tax passed in '06, I believe, when you look at the tourism tax revenue from 2006 and the tourism tax revenue today, then you look at how much money we spend in marketing versus what our tax revenues have been, that number just jumped off the page. We're spending this much money every year to market Branson, and our revenues are increasing this much every year. I don't know what the answer to that is. Simple answer is, let's quit spending the money and just take the $12 million we have and apply it to all of our funds. I know you laughed behind your mask, I could tell. But those seem to be really out of balance. And I don't know what I'm just asking Mary if, let's start at least looking at some of those things. Those are the two biggest things that, boy, I know we can shave 10,000 here and we can shave here and here, but those are some big rocks. And I think to have a sustainable budget, I think we need to make some big decisions. Any comments from the board on that?
Well, on the tourism piece of it, I think it is designated in that tax fund that 25% of that must go to marketing, 75% must go to infrastructure. So that is built into the requirements of the tax that was passed. Is that correct, Jamie?
Yes, that is. Yes, sorry, yes.
And so I think, again, we are talking about fixing 2022, getting through that, and I think we're looking at, hopefully we're going to be looking at longer term. It takes money to make money, Larry, and we've got a new chamber leader. I think we've got to work together instead of apart. I think we've started a good relationship between the city, between the chamber, the convention center. I think we've got to see more united front on that. I think we've got to have more strategic planning, but I think we've got to put those dollars to good use, and we've got to figure out how to bring more people to our community so that our taxes are going to, tax revenues are going to go up, and so that we have a sustainable ongoing revenue that's generated from that. So I think we look at everything, but I think we keep in mind, let's don't just look at it right now. Let's look at what the potential for those dollars could be if it's used wisely and we all work together. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then what? So we do have a plan, and so what is the next steps? I will do the report that you all have asked me to do, and I will do my best to get that out to y'all next week. I will take care of getting you that page number that I promised you, and we'll try to do our part as much as at all possible to help get you the numbers that you need to be able to be better informed on the decisions. In addition to that, I would like to send you all out the programs and the cost of the programs and how they're scored. So if you remember at the very beginning, I had told you that we have an inventory and we have all of our programs, and all of the programs that are allocated, they have a cost associated with them, which tie back to our 100% back to our budget and our expenditures, and that cost associated, and then each of those programs have a score. So in addition to what I had just said to you that I'll get you, I will also get you that so that you can have that. And then I will also offer that now in between the September 30th, if any of you all want to come in and sit down with us and just walk through those details and those line items, please let me know. I would much rather have all of those taken care of, and let's get to that September 30th meeting and have those discussions. And I think it would be a really great discussion if we were able to do that. And then by the time that we get it to the board, then the budget is fully vetted, ready to go. So then at the very first meeting, at the board meeting, there's not a whole lot of questions because we've already vetted it in these other special meetings and we're ready to go. So if any of y'all want to do that, I will make sure that my schedule's available. We will sit down with you and we will walk you through it. No problem whatsoever.
Okay, Jamie, one more request as you're doing that. On all of our different funds, when we have transfers ins and transfer outs,
Yes.
then you showed me that one page of detail
Okay?
of what makes up the transfers in and transfers
Okay.
outs. I would like the board to receive a copy of, in each fund, when the word says transfer in, where to come in from, when it says transfer out, who it went to, the purpose of the fund, so we can get a bigger, because when we're looking at $2 million transfer ins and outs, I think it's important for the board to be able to see where did all those transfers go to, because those might be items that we want to address also.
So we put that on our financials. Just recently, remember, there's a little legend down at the bottom, so if that would be helpful, what I can do is send those financials out, and that way you can see that legend, and it says, I think it was your request and your request, and so we put that legend down at the bottom so you can see the definition of that transfer to and that transfer from. So would that be helpful?
It would.
Okay.
And I don't expect this done now, but we don't, maybe if we just went back to end of year last year, just pick one year, and give that same detail of transfers in, transfer outs for, let's say, 2020.
Are you talking about for budget, for the
Yes,
budget
yeah.
instead of the financials?
No,
We can.
no, the financials.
Okay,
Because, I mean, the numbers have to be in there because we had
Yes.
to total them to put that number in
Yes.
the financial.
and essentially what happens when we go through our year end, those transfer ins and transfer outs will net to zero. So if you think about it, that's one of my audit checks that we have to do is
Sure.
you're transferring from one fund to another and your audit checks, you have to net to zero with exception of that proprietary fund.
But I think there may be areas in there that we would want to consider making changes to.
Okay, yeah, I will provide that. And then if it's not exactly what you're looking for, let me know and I'll make a change.
Okay, we're 5 minutes late. Go ahead.
Just one thing. I know this committee's gonna, ultimately, we will balance the budget. I know that, and with everyone's help that's here, all the staff. But I just want to say that knowing what that big number is beyond 22, year 22,
Yeah.
knowing what that number is provides this committee, the Board of Aldermen, and our citizens with that information, and we can all hopefully work together to find a path forward to cover it. But we have to know what that number really is.
Thank you for saying that. That's real important.
So remember, the gap between revenues and expenditures based on that analytic we did is just for the general fund is a $2.3 million gap. That does not account for the adjustments that we're going to make for the pay scale and stuff. So we will include that. We'll do we'll show you the reports, and then we'll include a memo to explain what we've done. And again, hopefully we'll get it to you next week. By the end, I'm going to say by the end of next week, so we have some more time to work on it.
And not one more thing, but
Yes.
COVID, because COVID has changed a lot of the numbers, and so when we forecast out what that may look like, it's going to change a lot of things. So if we just use 19's numbers, for example, and applied standard incremental increases, that may be reasonable, but certainly 21 is probably not going to be reasonable.
Right, and we had to take that into consideration this year,
Budget.
and that's why I'm not sure it's even a great idea to assume an increase at all in some of those, so, but now, we've been surprised before, and you just got to take that into consideration, but certainly we'll put those assumptions in there. We'll give you that assumption page, and y'all will be able to see, here's where we're at currently, that budget that we all reviewed. Here's what y'all were asked us to do, and here's the amount of revenue it's going to take to get us there. Now, where's the revenue coming from? That's a question for y'all. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none, do I need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Not everybody, so the whole board made the motion. Will the whole board make a second?
So move.
Will the whole board vote? All in
Yes.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all
Jamie.
very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.